Welcome to Quiet Chronicles. The modern afternoon demands immediate attention for trivial things, keeping the mind rigidly wound. But as the room darkens, those small urgencies lose their weight. They dissolve against the backdrop of deep historical time, leaving only the quiet space of the present. If you find these steady histories helpful in letting go of the day, please consider subscribing and liking the video. It is a small gesture that helps us keep building these quiet spaces for you every week. The map is now ready to unfold across the longest years of the 20th century. We are moving into a history of immense scale, tracing the slow shifting of borders, the quiet planning in darkened rooms, and the profound industrial momentum of a world reordering itself. Let the boundaries be drawn, and let the history begin. Chapter 1: The Weight of the Peace, 1919–1933. The architecture of the Second Global Conflict was drafted in the immediate, exhausted aftermath of the First. Because millions of men had been lost in the trenches, the surviving governments convened in France, desperate to extract a price that might somehow justify the scale of the ruin. They sought to bind the defeated nations so tightly in economic and military restrictions that another mobilization would become mathematically impossible. The result was a peace settlement built entirely on punitive measures, designed to dismantle empires and exact massive territorial concessions. Across the continent, old monarchies had already collapsed into fractured republics. The map of Europe was being redrawn with rulers and fountain pens, creating new sovereign states out of the remnants of the Austro-Hungarian and Ottoman territories. Borders were pushed outward and pulled inward based on strategic compromises made in quiet drawing rooms by men who had never walked the terrain they were dividing. The most severe focus, however, remained fixed on the newly formed German Republic. The Allied leadership required a document that assigned total moral and financial responsibility for the preceding 4 years of devastation. Resting on the heavy wooden tables in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles, the physical treaty itself was a testament to this bureaucratic exhaustion. It was a massive, velvet-bound volume, thick with hundreds of clauses that dictated the surrender of territory, the stripping of overseas colonies, and the severe limitation of naval and standing armies. The delegates representing the Weimar Republic were not invited to negotiate its contents. They were simply summoned to the palace in the summer of 1919 and presented with the terms, escorted through crowds of silent onlookers to sign a document that fundamentally compromised the sovereignty of their new government. It remains a quiet tragedy of modern statecraft that the leaders at Versailles believed they were drafting a blueprint for perpetual stability. In their attempt to construct a lasting peace, they accidentally engineered the precise pressures necessary to fracture the continent a second time. By demanding an impossible financial restitution from a ruined nation, the architects of the settlement guaranteed that the fragile democracy attempting to govern it would be immediately crippled by the burden. John Maynard Keynes, attached to the British delegation as an economic advisor, recognized the danger of this architecture almost immediately. He spent the weeks of the conference observing the negotiations with growing dismay, studying the ledgers and calculating the sheer impossibility of the financial demands being placed upon the German state. The integrated European economy, Keynes understood, could not survive the deliberate strangulation of one of its largest industrial centers. He argued quietly in committee rooms that the terms were not a mechanism for justice, but a formula for profound continental collapse. When his warnings were dismissed in favor of political expediency, Keynes stepped away from the negotiations. He resigned his position at the Treasury and left Paris in a state of deep frustration, retreating to the English countryside. There, he wrote a careful, methodically argued book detailing the economic consequences of the peace, predicting that the crushing reparations would inevitably lead to the deterioration of the European social order. The warning was widely read, but the machinery of the treaty was already locked into place, and the ink in the Hall of Mirrors was dry. The weight of these reparations descended upon the Weimar Republic, just as it was attempting to establish the basic mechanics of a democratic state, saddled with the impossible task of extracting wealth from an economy broken by total war. The new government in Berlin struggled to meet external demands without sufficient gold reserves. The state apparatus resorted to printing vast quantities of unbacked currency, an administrative decision made in the quiet offices of the central bank that set off a chain reaction, dismantling the financial reality of the German middle class. By the autumn of 1923, the value of the mark had deteriorated into complete abstraction. The logistics of daily survival became an exhausting, surreal exercise in mathematics, where the price of a loaf of bread could multiply between the morning bakery and the afternoon. Factory workers were paid twice a day, rushing to spend their wages before the numbers lost their purchasing power entirely. Savings accounts representing a lifetime of careful accumulation were reduced to the value of a single cup of coffee, quietly erasing the financial security of an entire generation. This collapse of the currency did more than simply alter prices. It broke the psychological trust between the citizenry and the state. When the basic medium of exchange becomes meaningless, the institutions that govern society begin to look fragile and incompetent. The trauma of the hyperinflation hollowed out the moderate political center, leaving the population deeply suspicious of the democratic experiment that had overseen the ruin. Voters who had once sought stability and slow reform began to look toward the fringes of the political spectrum, searching for factions that promised a restoration of order and national dignity. Within this fractured landscape, a multitude of extremist movements began to gather momentum in the beer halls and meeting rooms of Munich and Berlin. Paramilitary organizations, composed largely of disillusioned veterans who had returned from the trenches to find their country unrecognizable, clashed in the streets. They traded in grievance and conspiracy, offering simple, aggressive explanations for the complex economic and social humiliations the nation was enduring. The Republic was forced to govern under a state of near constant internal siege, navigating between the threat of communist revolution on one side and ultra-nationalist reactionaries on the other. The National Socialist German Workers' Party emerged from this chaotic periphery as a relatively minor, though highly organized, political force. Led by Adolf Hitler, The NSDAP built its platform on the absolute repudiation of the Versailles Treaty, weaving deep-seated anti-Semitism together with an intense, militaristic nationalism. They did not initially seek power through the quiet channels of parliamentary debate, attempting instead to seize control of the Bavarian government by force in 1923. Following the failure of this disorganized putsch, which resulted in a brief imprisonment for its leadership, the party gained a national platform from which to broadcast their ideology. The movement adapted its strategy to the realities of the Republic, shifting its focus from armed insurrection to the methodical manipulation of the democratic process throughout the late 1920s. They built a rigid internal bureaucracy, creating parallel structures of authority that mirrored the state itself. They campaigned relentlessly in rural provinces and industrial cities, tailoring their rhetoric to the specific anxieties of farmers, shopkeepers, and unemployed laborers. When the global financial system fractured in 1929, the reverberations reached the German banks with devastating speed. Foreign credit was abruptly withdrawn, factories fell silent, and millions of workers were forced back into sudden, absolute unemployment. The moderate coalition governments proved entirely incapable of managing the crisis, relying on emergency decrees that only deepened the economic paralysis. In this renewed atmosphere of desperation, the National Socialists presented themselves as the sole remaining bulwark against complete societal collapse, seeing their share of the parliamentary vote expand steadily. The final mechanism of the Republic's dissolution was not a violent coup, but a quiet series of constitutional maneuvers. Deeply distrustful of democracy and eager to harness the massive popular base of the NSDAP, the conservative establishment believed they could manage the party's leader for their own ends. Industrialists and aging aristocrats held private meetings in the drawing rooms of Berlin, negotiating the terms of a coalition that would sideline the moderate factions. They viewed the extremists not as an existential threat, but as a useful, temporary tool to restore authoritarian stability. On a cold morning in the final days of January 1933, this political maneuvering reached its conclusion as Adolf Hitler was formally appointed chancellor. The transfer of authority occurred through the legal, procedural channels of the Republic itself, signed onto official ledger paper in a quiet room by men who believed they had successfully contained a radical element. Instead, they had just handed over the machinery of the state, providing the new leadership with the exact administrative tools needed to repurpose the nation's vast industrial capacity for a coming war. Chapter 2: The Architecture of Rearmament, 1933 to 1938. The repurposing of the German state began quietly, beneath a veneer of domestic stabilization and public works projects. The new government moved swiftly to dismantle the procedural checks of the Republic, outlawing opposition parties and subordinating independent labor unions to state control. With political dissent effectively silenced, the administration turned its attention to the primary objective: the systematic dismantling of the military restrictions imposed at Versailles. This required an industrial mobilization of staggering scale, executed initially in secret. away from the immediate scrutiny of foreign diplomats. Across the heavy industrial centers of the Ruhr Valley, the rhythm of manufacturing began to change. Factories that had been producing civilian automobiles and agricultural machinery slowly shifted their floor plans and tooling toward military applications. The government manipulated steel allocations through complex, quiet bureaucratic channels, diverting raw materials from consumer goods into the construction of armored chassis and artillery barrels. Millions of unemployed men were absorbed back into the workforce, not merely to build the autobahns displayed in propaganda reels, but to labor in the expanding foundries and hidden aircraft plants. The financial mechanics of this rearmament were as carefully engineered as the weapons themselves. To avoid alarming international financial markets and triggering a currency crisis, the state devised a system of deferred payment notes, effectively creating a shadow economy to fund the military buildup off the official books. This complex fiction allowed the government to spend vast sums without immediate inflation, but it also placed the nation on an unavoidable trajectory. The economy was being entirely structured around the production of war material. It could not sustain itself indefinitely without eventually utilizing that material to acquire new resources. While this industrial transformation gathered momentum, the diplomatic posture of the surrounding nations remained rigidly committed to avoiding conflict. The governments in London and Paris, still carrying the deep psychological scars of the First World War, observed the growing militarization with deep unease, but possessed little political appetite for confrontation. They adopted a policy of appeasement, grounded in the belief that the new German demands were somewhat rational reactions to the perceived unfairness of Versailles, and that satisfying these demands through negotiation would eventually stabilize the continent. This reluctance to act was reinforced by the shifting dynamics in the Mediterranean, where another fascist power was expanding its reach. Italy, under the leadership of Benito Mussolini, launched a brutal invasion of Abyssinia in 1935, deploying modern armor and aerial bombardment against largely unmechanized forces. The League of Nations proved entirely ineffective in halting the aggression, issuing weak condensations and partial embargoes that only served to alienate Italy and drive it closer to Berlin. The international architecture designed to guarantee collective security was slowly revealing itself to be hollow, lacking the collective will to enforce its own mandates. Emboldened by this paralysis, the German leadership began to test the boundaries of their containment more openly. In the spring of 1936, battalions of infantry were ordered to march into the demilitarized zone of the Rhineland. The troops carried orders to retreat immediately if they encountered French resistance, as the reconstituted German army was not yet prepared for a genuine engagement. The gamble, however, succeeded entirely. The French government, mired in a domestic political crisis, declined to mobilize, and the British took the position that Germany was merely reclaiming sovereignty over its own territory. The success of the Rhineland occupation accelerated the pace of expansion. The newly formed Luftwaffe, initially trained in secret gliding clubs to circumvent the treaty bans, was officially revealed to the world. A massive conscription program was announced, ballooning the size of the standing army far beyond the limits set in 1919. The quiet shift of steel allocation had become a visible, undeniable reality as modern tanks and mechanized infantry began to participate in large-scale public maneuvers, signaling the return of a dominant military power to the center of Europe. By 1938, the focus shifted outward to the incorporation of ethnic German populations living beyond the established borders. The first target was Austria, a nation culturally and linguistically tied to Germany, which was absorbed through a combination of political pressure and a bloodless military occupation. The Anschluss, as it was called, was met with cheering crowds in Vienna and muted protests from the Western democracies. It dissolved another boundary drawn at Versailles and added significant industrial capacity to the growing German war machine, all without a single shot being fired in opposition. The strategic geography of the continent was now fundamentally altered, leaving the democratic nation of Czechoslovakia surrounded on three sides. The German leadership immediately manufactured a crisis regarding the Sudetenland, a border region containing a large ethnic German minority and, crucially, the bulk of the Czech defensive fortifications. The demands for the annexation of this territory escalated through the summer, bringing Europe to the edge of mobilization. Trenches were dug in London parks, and gas masks were distributed to civilians as the prospect of an aerial war suddenly seemed imminent. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, determined to prevent this outcome, engaged in a desperate series of personal diplomatic interventions. He flew to Germany 3 times, an unprecedented action for a British leader, seeking a negotiated settlement that would satisfy the territorial demands without triggering a continental war. He found himself negotiating across tables with a leadership that viewed diplomacy not as a tool for lasting compromise, but as a method for securing immediate tactical advantage. The culmination of these efforts was a conference held in Munich in September of 1938. The leaders of Britain, France, Italy, and Germany gathered to decide the fate of Czechoslovakia, conspicuously excluding the Czech representatives from the discussions. The atmosphere in the Führerbau was tense but highly bureaucratic, focused on drawing new lines on maps rather than discussing the moral implications of dismantling a sovereign state. During the final signing of the Munich Agreement, the room was quiet, filled only with the shuffling of papers and the scratch of pens. The delegates finalized the document that handed the Sudetenland to Germany, effectively destroying the defensibility of the Czech nation. The agreement was reached quickly, and the leaders departed almost immediately, leaving the complex logistical realities of the transfer to their aides. Chamberlain returned to London bearing a piece of paper signed by the German Chancellor, declaring that the agreement secured peace for our time. The immediate reaction was one of profound relief. Crowds cheered his arrival at the airfield, grateful that the immediate threat of war had been averted. Yet, the relief was fragile and short-lived, built on the assumption that the territorial ambitions of the new German Empire were finite. The reality of Munich was that it validated the strategy of aggression. It demonstrated to the German leadership that the Western democracies were willing to sacrifice the integrity of smaller nations to preserve their own peace. Rather than satisfying the desire for expansion, the acquisition of the Sudetenland merely provided the strategic positioning necessary for the next advance. Within 6 months, the remainder of the Czech state would be quietly occupied, proving that the negotiations had been nothing more than a temporary delay. As the year turned, the posture of the British and French governments finally began to harden. The policy of appeasement, having failed to contain the momentum, was slowly replaced by the grim realization that a military confrontation was now unavoidable. Rearmament programs in London and Paris were accelerated, though they lagged significantly behind the industrial output already achieved in the Ruhr. The continent was no longer navigating a fragile peace, but simply counting down the months until the new military architecture would be deployed across the borders, shifting the focus eastward toward the vast plains of Poland. Chapter 3: The Polish Corridor, 1939. August of 1939 brought a fundamental, shocking realignment to the diplomatic landscape of Europe. For years, the ideological hostility between the fascist government in Berlin and the communist government in Moscow had been the defining tension of the continent's eastern half. The Western democracies had long assumed that this mutual antagonism would serve as a natural barrier to German expansion, relying on the sheer mass of the Soviet Union to deter any eastern advance. That assumption evaporated overnight with the sudden announcement of a non-aggression pact between the two powers. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, signed in the quiet, austere rooms of the Kremlin, publicly pledged that neither nation would ally with or attack the other. Beneath this public declaration, however, lay a secret protocol that coldly divided the territories between them. With precise lines drawn on a map, the independent states of Eastern Europe, Finland, the Baltics, and most crucially Poland, were partitioned into spheres of influence. This agreement removed the threat of a two-front war for Germany, effectively clearing the diplomatic obstacles for an immediate invasion. The target was the Polish Corridor, a strip of land granted to Poland at Versailles to provide access to the sea, which physically separated East Prussia from the rest of the German state. The demands for its return, along with the free city of Danzig, had been escalating steadily throughout the summer. Unlike the Czech crisis the previous year, the Polish government, backed by newly signed mutual defense treaties with Britain and France, refused to yield. The diplomatic maneuvering had run its course, and the vast mechanized forces that had been accumulating along the border for weeks were finally given the order to move. On the 1st of September, the physical reality of the new war broke across the Polish frontier. It did not begin with a formal declaration delivered by an ambassador, but with the sudden roar of aircraft engines in the pre-dawn darkness. The invasion introduced a terrifying new scale of combined arms warfare, where armor, motorized infantry, and aerial bombardment were coordinated to paralyze the enemy's ability to respond. Dive bombers targeted rail junctions and communication hubs deep behind the lines, instantly severing the command structure of the Polish army. The ground advance moved with a speed that the defending forces, largely reliant on horse-drawn transport and traditional infantry tactics, could not match. Armored columns bypassed strong points, slicing deep into the countryside to encircle the retreating armies. The sheer mechanical momentum of the assault overwhelmed the defensive plans, rendering the map obsolete almost as soon as it was printed. The Polish forces fought with desperate tenacity, but they were confronting an industrialized war machine operating at a tempo that had never before been seen on a European battlefield. In London and Paris, the news of the invasion was received with a heavy, resigned finality. The policy of appeasement was definitively dead. The British and French governments issued an ultimatum demanding the immediate withdrawal of German forces from Polish territory. The deadline was set for the morning of September 3rd. There was no longer any expectation of a diplomatic miracle, merely the quiet ticking of the clock as the bureaucratic machinery of mobilization was set into motion. Inside the cabinet room at 10 Downing Street, the atmosphere on the morning of the 3rd was somber and quiet. Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain and his Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, sat waiting for the expiration of the ultimatum. As the deadline passed without a response from Berlin, the silence in the room marked the formal transition from peace to a global conflict. Chamberlain then moved to a microphone to broadcast the declaration of war to the nation, his voice sounding thin and exhausted, carrying the weight of a man whose defining political project had entirely failed. The immediate consequence of the declaration in London was not an explosion of violence, but a profound transformation of the urban environment. The city prepared itself for the anticipated aerial bombardment with a methodical, bureaucratic thoroughness. Millions of gas masks were distributed in small cardboard boxes, carried constantly by civilians going about their daily routines. The government mandated the immediate evacuation of children from the capital, resulting in quiet, orderly lines of school children standing at train stations with name tags pinned to their coats, clutching small suitcases as they were sent away to the countryside. Perhaps the most visible change was the sudden darkness that descended upon the city each evening. To deny navigation to enemy bombers, a total blackout was enforced across the nation. The heavy blackout curtains were measured, cut, and hung across every window in London on the evening of September 1st, fundamentally altering the texture of the night. Streetlights were extinguished, vehicle headlamps were fitted with narrow slits, and the vast, illuminated metropolis was reduced to a sprawling, silent shadow. It is a strange characteristic of modern warfare that a capital city can officially enter a conflict of unprecedented scale, while remaining completely untouched by the physical violence of it. The bureaucratic calm of London in those early days contrasted sharply with the reality unfolding in the East. Planners sat in brightly lit underground bunkers, moving markers across maps, while citizens navigated pitch-black streets with small, shielded flashlights, all waiting for a war that had not yet physically reached them. Meanwhile, the situation in Poland continued to deteriorate rapidly. The Western Allies, despite their declarations, launched no major offensive to relieve the pressure on the Polish forces. The French army remained behind its fortifications, and the British Expeditionary Force was still in the slow process of crossing the Channel. The Polish military was left entirely alone to absorb the full weight of the mechanized assault, retreating steadily toward the capital in the hopes of holding out until the autumn rains might slow the armored advance. The final collapse was precipitated not by the German advance, but by the activation of the secret protocols signed in Moscow just weeks earlier. On September 17th, the Soviet army crossed the eastern border of Poland, catching the remnants of the defending forces entirely by surprise. Caught between two massive, advancing armies, the Polish defensive strategy became untenable. The government evacuated across the Romanian border, and the remaining military units were forced into isolated pockets of resistance, fighting until their ammunition was exhausted. The defense of Warsaw, the capital, lasted for several agonizing weeks. The city was subjected to relentless artillery fire and aerial bombardment, reducing entire districts to rubble. The resistance within the city was fierce, but ultimately futile against the overwhelming accumulation of material superiority. When the garrison finally capitulated at the end of the month, the physical destruction of the city was immense, leaving the civilian population to navigate the ruins of their homes beneath a newly imposed occupation. By early October, the military campaign was over, and the map of Eastern Europe had been redrawn once again. Poland ceased to exist as a sovereign state, partitioned almost exactly along the lines agreed upon in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The speed and absolute finality of the defeat shocked the observing world, demonstrating the devastating effectiveness of the new military doctrine. The conflict had begun with a sudden, overwhelming demonstration of violence, establishing a terrifying precedent for the years that would follow. The fall of Poland removed the active front from the continent, leaving the newly engaged powers to face each other across a strange, quiet divide. The vast armies were now mobilized and deployed. The factories were turning out munitions at an accelerated pace, and the entire architecture of the global economy was shifting toward war production. Yet, as the autumn turned to winter, the anticipated clash in the West did not materialize, leaving millions of soldiers waiting in the cold for a conflict that seemed momentarily paused. Chapter 4: The Phony War and the Winter North, 1939 to 1940. Across the vast, fortified borders of Western Europe, the anticipated explosion of violence following the collapse of Poland simply failed to materialize. The French and British governments had mobilized millions of men, requisitioned thousands of trains, and fundamentally altered their national economies in preparation for an immediate continental struggle. Yet, as the autumn weeks drifted past, the Western Front settled into a strange, static quiet. Journalists soon gave this eerie suspension of hostilities a name, calling it the Phony War, a period characterized by immense logistical preparation and an almost total absence of combat. The military strategy of the French Republic was entirely anchored in the Maginot Line, an astonishing architectural achievement of subterranean defense that stretched from the Swiss border to the edge of Belgium. It was less a series of traditional forts than a continuous, concrete metropolis burrowed deep into the limestone of the frontier. Electric narrow-gauge trains ferried artillery shells along miles of curved underground track, while massive air handling units maintained a constant positive pressure to keep poison gas from drifting down the concrete stairwells. The soldiers stationed inside lived in artificially lit barracks, manning retractable steel turrets that required complex gear systems to raise above the earth. While the French garrison waited behind their modern emplacements, the opposing German forces mirrored this posture behind their own defensive network. Known as the Siegfried Line, neither side possessed the strategic desire to launch a frontal assault against fully prepared fortifications. The armies simply stared at one another across a narrow strip of quiet land. Occasionally, propaganda units would set up massive loudspeakers on the edge of the woods, broadcasting popular music or political appeals across the empty fields. But the rifles and the heavy artillery remained largely silent. Throughout the long, damp autumn of 1939, this static confrontation settled into a surreal domesticity. British expeditionary forces, positioned near the Belgian border, spent their days digging shallow trenches and reinforcing earthworks in the rain. Behind the lines, civilian life in the border regions maintained a stubborn normalcy, with local farmers continuing to harvest their crops in fields situated directly between the two largest mobilized armies in human history. Men were granted leave to return to Paris or London, creating the bizarre illusion of a peacetime military exercise rather than a global conflict. It is a curious psychological phenomenon that months of inactivity can carry more corrosive tension than the arrival of the event itself. The constant drilling, the maintaining of equipment that is never used, and the endless waiting began to slowly drain the morale of the defending armies. The architecture of a mobilized state requires forward momentum to justify its immense cost. When an army is asked merely to sit in the cold and wait, the discipline and the psychological readiness begin to quietly fray. Inside the cold, echoing ministries of Paris, the winter of waiting was measured out in bureaucratic deprivations rather than casualty lists. A severe rationing of coal left the massive government buildings deeply chilled, forcing civil servants to work at their heavy wooden desks while wearing thick woolen overcoats and gloves. The rationing of paper meant that the endless logistical forms required to maintain the idle army were printed on increasingly thin, translucent sheets, the ink bleeding through the pages as clerks attempted to keep track of millions of inactive soldiers. The center of gravity for the conflict, however, had temporarily shifted far to the north, away from the concrete fortifications of the continent, seeking to secure the geographic approaches to Leningrad before the wider European war could threaten its borders. The Soviet leadership issued severe territorial demands to the Finnish government. When these diplomatic demands for naval bases and border adjustments were politely but firmly rejected in November, the Soviet Union severed diplomatic relations and prepared to take the territory by force. Hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops, supported by massive columns of heavy armor and artillery, crossed the border on the final day of the month. The commanding generals in Moscow, fresh from their unopposed occupation of eastern Poland, anticipated a rapid campaign that would conclude in a matter of weeks. They sent their infantry forward in dark uniforms, entirely uncamouflaged against the winter landscape. marching in dense formations along the few logging roads that penetrated the deep northern forests. What the advancing columns encountered, however, was not a swift capitulation, but a deeply entrenched, highly mobile resistance operating in an environment they understood perfectly. The Finnish defense forces were massively outnumbered in terms of men and industrial machinery, lacking any significant tank battalions or modern aircraft. Instead, they relied on their profound familiarity with the harsh, unforgiving geography of the Karelian Isthmus and the dense pine forests stretching toward the Arctic Circle. During the heavy fighting along the Rade Road, a Finnish ski patrol moving silently through the snow-laden trees demonstrated the lethal effectiveness of this local adaptation. Clad entirely in white winter camouflage, the soldiers glided effortlessly over the deep drifts that had trapped the heavy Soviet vehicles in a rigid, frozen line. They moved in small, autonomous units, striking the stalled convoys to destroy field kitchens and supply trucks before melting back into the silent, darkening forest, leaving the mechanized invaders isolated in the freezing night. The logistical vulnerability of a massive, modern army operating in sub-zero terrain was laid completely bare across the early weeks of the Winter War. Temperatures routinely dropped to -30 degrees Celsius, a cold so absolute that it altered the physical properties of military equipment. The standard lubricating grease used in the Soviet rifle bolts froze solid, rendering the weapons entirely useless. Tank engines had to be left running continuously, burning through precious fuel reserves simply to prevent the engine blocks from cracking in the frigid air. Because the Soviet columns were confined to the narrow roads by the impassable snowbanks, they became stretched out over miles of dense terrain, unable to deploy their superior numbers into effective fighting formations. The Finnish defenders utilized a tactic known as modi, carefully felling massive pine trees across the roads to slice the long columns into isolated, trapped segments. Cut off from resupply and lacking adequate winter clothing, entire divisions were slowly reduced by a combination of targeted strikes and the sheer, relentless lethality of the winter exposure. Military attachés from capitals across the world observed this struggle in the snow with intense, quiet interest. The spectacle of the massive Red Army being held at bay by a fraction of its number profoundly altered the global estimation of Soviet military capability. In Berlin, planners read the intelligence reports detailing the frozen, stalled convoys and concluded that the purges of the late 1930s had hollowed out the Soviet command structure. It was an observation that would heavily influence the catastrophic strategic decisions made in the years to come. By the arrival of March, however, the sheer demographic and industrial weight of the Soviet Union finally began to tell. The command structure was reorganized. Massive artillery barrages were concentrated on the static Finnish defensive lines, and the endless reserves of manpower slowly ground their way forward. The Finnish army, exhausted and running critically low on artillery shells, could no longer sustain the defense of the Mannerheim line against the sheer volume of the renewed assaults. The signing of the Moscow Peace Treaty in March 1940 concluded the Northern Campaign, forcing Finland to cede roughly 10% of its territory. The borders were redrawn, and the surviving armies returned to their barracks, leaving the shattered forests to the quiet of the late winter. The conflict had been brief and contained, but it had revealed the limits of mechanization when confronted by extreme geography, a lesson that would be largely ignored by the armies preparing to move across the rest of the continent. As the ice began to thaw across Europe, a strange, suspended animation of the phony war approached its final weeks. The French troops continued to wait deep inside the conditioned air of the Maginot Line, and the British forces continued to reinforce their shallow trenches in the spring mud. The continent held its breath as the weather turned, entirely unaware that the static, concrete logic of the Western defenses was about to be bypassed entirely, and that the long winter of waiting was about to shatter. Chapter 5: The Fall of the Republic, 1940. The quiet that had settled over Western Europe through the long winter finally fractured in the spring of 1940. The strategic deadlock that defined the phony war was not resolved by a frontal assault against the massive fortifications, but by an architectural failure of imagination. The Allied command structure had prepared for a methodical, slow-moving repetition of the trench warfare that had defined the previous generation. They had assumed the sheer density of the Ardennes forest, with its narrow, winding roads and deep ravines, rendered it impassable to a large-scale mechanized invasion. It was this specific assumption that the German offensive exploited, directing the primary weight of their armored divisions not against the concrete of the Maginot Line, but through the dense trees of the supposedly secure center. The movement through the Ardennes required an astonishing feat of traffic management. Thousands of tanks and half-tracks were wedged onto narrow logging trails, creating a single, unbroken column of steel stretching for miles through the dense foliage. Had this vulnerable, tightly packed formation been discovered by reconnaissance flights, it could have been devastated from the air. But the Allied command, convinced that the main thrust was unfolding further north in Belgium, directed their attention away from the quiet forest. By the time the lead elements of the armored column broke clear of the tree line and reached the banks of the Meuse River, the strategic balance of the entire campaign had already tilted. The subsequent crossing of the river fundamentally shattered the French defensive lines. The German armor did not pause to secure its flanks or wait for the slow-moving infantry to catch up. Instead, it drove relentlessly westward toward the English Channel, moving with a speed that paralyzed the Allied ability to respond. Command structures broke down as field telephones went dead, and reports of enemy positions became obsolete before they could be transmitted to headquarters. The rigid, hierarchical systems that governed the defense simply could not process or react to the tempo of the mechanized advance that was slicing deeply behind their lines. Within weeks, the rapid westward thrust achieved its objective, reaching the coast and physically severing the Allied armies in two. The majority of the British Expeditionary Force, along with significant elements of the French army, found themselves trapped in a rapidly shrinking pocket of territory around the northern port of Dunkirk. Behind them was an advancing ring of armor. Before them was the sea. The complete destruction or surrender of the British Army seemed entirely unavoidable. a logistical inevitability driven by the speed of the collapse. The ensuing evacuation from the beaches of Dunkirk salvaged the personnel of the army, but the mechanism of their rescue was a desperate improvisation rather than a calculated military maneuver. The heavy destroyers of the Royal Navy could not approach the shallow, sloping beaches to load men directly. Instead, a massive flotilla of civilian vessels, pleasure cruisers, fishing trawlers, and shallow draft ferries was requisitioned to cross the channel. These small boats shuttled back and forth from the shore to the waiting ships under constant aerial harassment, an agonizingly slow process of moving men off the sand while the perimeter was fiercely defended. While the men were saved, the material architecture of the army was abandoned on the French coast. The beaches were left littered with thousands of wrecked trucks, disabled artillery pieces, and mountains of discarded equipment. The British Army returned to the island essentially stripped of its heavy armor and transport, a surviving force but one completely incapable of offensive action. The evacuation was a profound logistical achievement, yet it left the continent entirely devoid of British military presence, clearing the path for the final movement against the French Republic. With the northern armies removed from the board, the full weight of the German offensive turned southward toward Paris. The French government, overwhelmed by the speed of the disaster, recognized that the capital could not be defended without subjecting it to total destruction. In a quiet, devastating administrative decision, Paris was declared an open city. The government apparatus, the archives, and the senior military command evacuated, joining a massive, chaotic exodus of civilians fleeing the approaching armies along roads stretching south toward the Loire Valley. The physical reality of this collapse manifested in the thousands of abandoned bicycles and stalled automobiles clogging the roads south of Paris. Families had packed their possessions into whatever vehicles they could find, only to run out of fuel or break down along the congested routes. The roadsides became littered with discarded luggage, abandoned mattresses, and the quiet despair of a population realizing that the infrastructure of their nation had simply ceased to function. It is a striking reality of rapid defeat how quickly centuries of municipal organization and civil order can fold under the pressure of a sudden tactical shift. On the 14th of June, the lead elements of the German army entered the silent, undefended streets of Paris. The cafes were shuttered, the boulevards were empty, and the great monuments of the city stood unmarked by artillery fire. The occupation began quietly, marked by the orderly marching of columns past the Arc de Triomphe and the raising of flags over the administrative buildings. For the citizens who had remained, the sudden presence of a foreign army patrolling their quiet neighborhoods marked the beginning of a profound psychological shock that would endure for years. The retreating French government eventually reconvened in the southern resort town of Vichy, struggling to process the magnitude of the defeat. The cabinet debated whether to continue the fight from their colonial possessions in North Africa or to seek an immediate cessation of hostilities. The faction favoring an armistice ultimately prevailed, led by the aging hero of the First World War, Marshal Philippe Pétain. The decision was made not out of an ideological alignment with the invader, but from a deeply conservative desire to preserve the physical structure of the nation and spare the remaining population from further ruin. The signing of the French surrender was staged to maximize the symbolic humiliation of the defeat. The armistice was signed on the 22nd of June, exactly 22 years after the German capitulation that had ended the First World War. The location chosen was the forest of Compiègne. The exact railway carriage in which the 1918 armistice had been signed was retrieved from a museum, moved back to the precise clearing in the woods, and used as the setting for the final negotiations. The delegates sat across the narrow wooden table in the quiet carriage, signing a document that effectively dissolved the Republic. The terms of the armistice divided France into distinct zones of control. The northern half of the country, including Paris and the entire Atlantic coastline, was placed under direct military occupation, securing the vital ports and industrial centers for the German war effort. The southern half, roughly a third of the national territory, was left nominally independent under the governance of the Vichy regime. This collaborationist government maintained control over the civil administration and the remnants of the fleet, existing in a state of compromised sovereignty that would deeply fracture the soul of the nation. In the span of 6 weeks, the strategic geometry of Europe had been entirely rewritten. The armies that were expected to fight a grinding, multi-year war of attrition had been dismantled with terrifying efficiency. The fall of France removed the last major continental power from the conflict, leaving a single, heavily fortified island standing in opposition to an empire that now stretched from the Pyrenees to the borders of the Soviet Union. The sudden silence that fell across the continent was not the silence of peace, but the heavy, bureaucratic quiet of occupation. New administrations moved into the ministries in Paris, Brussels, and The Hague, beginning the methodical process of inventorying the conquered industries and redirecting their output eastward. The physical violence of the campaign had concluded rapidly, replaced immediately by the immense logistical undertaking of organizing a newly conquered continent. Across the narrow channel, the British government faced the reality of absolute isolation. The elaborate alliances and defensive plans constructed over 2 decades had collapsed entirely. There were no longer any friendly ports on the mainland, no allied armies to share the burden of defense, and very little remaining equipment to arm the men returning from Dunkirk. The focus of the war shifted away from the sweeping movements of armor and infantry, rising vertically into the sky above the island, where the next phase of the conflict would be decided not by trenches or rivers, but by the mathematical management of airspace. Chapter 6: The Island and the Air, 1940 to 1941. The physical barrier of the English Channel measured only 21 miles at its narrowest point, yet it represented a profound logistical obstacle. Armor cannot drive over water, and infantry cannot march across a tidal strait. The entire mechanized doctrine that had just dismantled the continental armies in a matter of weeks found itself abruptly halted by a geographic reality. The conflict was forced to lift away from the mud and the roads, transferring its immense weight upward into the sky. If an invasion fleet were to cross that narrow strip of water, it required absolute protection from the air. To prepare for this crossing, the German military apparatus initiated a campaign of aerial attrition designed to break the defending fighter squadrons. The objective was purely mathematical: to destroy more aircraft and airfields than the British industrial base could replace. Across the captured territories of France and the Low Countries, ground crews worked in the summer heat to clear new airstrips and stockpile vast quantities of aviation fuel. They prepared to launch waves of bombers escorted by fighters, intending to grind down the defenses through sheer volume and relentless pressure. The defense against this assault rested on a system of remarkable invisible architecture. Rather than relying solely on the physical limits of human eyesight, the British had constructed a chain of early warning radar stations along the southern and eastern coasts. These tall steel masts transmitted radio waves out over the channel, detecting the incoming formations while they were still gathering over French airfields. The true innovation, however, was not the radar itself, but the complex communication network designed to process that information. Deep beneath the ground at RAF Uxbridge, the nerve center of this defensive network operated in a state of quiet, intense concentration. The plotting room was a massive subterranean chamber dominated by a large, flat map table of southern England and the Channel. The air was thick with cigarette smoke and the low hum of ventilation fans, entirely insulated from the bright summer days above. Information flowed continuously from the coastal radar stations and ground observers via dedicated telephone lines, feeding a relentless stream of coordinates into the bunker. Around these expansive map tables, personnel of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force translated this incoming data into physical markers. Using long wooden croupier sticks, they pushed small, color-coded blocks across the painted geography, representing the precise location, altitude, and estimated size of both hostile and friendly formations. The colors of the blocks corresponded to a massive clock on the wall, allowing the commanders positioned on the overlooking balcony to immediately understand the age and relevance of every piece of intelligence. There was no shouting, no kinetic panic. The defense of the nation was managed through the calm, methodical movement of wood across a painted board. This mathematical approach to interception preserved the most critical resource the defenders possessed: the engines and the fuel of their aircraft. Without radar, fighter squadrons would have been forced to fly continuous, exhausting patrols, wearing out machines and pilots while hoping to randomly intersect an attacking fleet. Instead, the squadrons rested quietly on the grass of their airfields until the plotting room calculated the exact moment they needed to take off. They were directed upward on precise vectors, climbing to altitude just in time to meet the incoming formations. Throughout the late summer of 1940, a strange disconnect settled over the English countryside. For the civilians working in the fields or walking to the markets, the war was reduced to a distant, abstract pattern of white condensation trails woven high in the blue sky. The faint, high-pitched drone of engines drifted down to the ground, occasionally punctuated by the distant pop of machine gun fire. Below this remote geometry, the landscape remained largely undisturbed, experiencing one of the warmest and clearest summers in recent memory, while the mathematical attrition played out miles above the clouds. For the attacking fleets, the geography of the channel imposed a quiet, unrelenting pressure. The German fighter escorts operated at the absolute limit of their fuel capacity. By the time they crossed the water and engaged the defending squadrons, their pilots were forced to constantly monitor their gauges, knowing they possessed only minutes of fighting time before they had to turn back. This logistical constraint meant that damaged aircraft, or those that lingered too long, simply did not have the reserves to make the return journey, slowly tipping the mathematics of attrition against the attackers. A fundamental shift in the campaign occurred in late summer, born entirely of a navigational error, when a lost bomber crew mistakenly jettisoned its payload over London in the dark. The British government ordered a retaliatory strike against Berlin. This political exchange altered the strategic focus of the German command, believing that the defending fighter squadrons were already largely broken. The directive was given to shift the bombing away from the battered airfields and radar stations, redirecting the immense weight of the Luftwaffe onto the capital city itself. When the full weight of the Blitz descended upon London, it transformed the conflict from a military struggle for airspace into a grinding infrastructural siege. Night after night, the sirens sounded across the sprawling metropolis, signaling the arrival of the heavy bombers. The objective was to fracture the morale of the civilian population and paralyze the administrative center of the empire. High explosives and incendiary devices fell upon the dense residential districts, the docks, and the commercial centers, fundamentally altering the geography of the city block by block. The architecture of survival adapted immediately to this nocturnal reality. Millions of citizens established a subterranean routine, carrying blankets and thermoses down the escalators into the deep stations of the London Underground. The platforms were packed with sleeping families, their bodies curled around one another in the dim light, while the trains continued to run on a restricted schedule beside them. Above ground, brick shelters were constructed in small suburban gardens, damp and cold, offering a fragile sense of security against the falling masonry. It is a profound characteristic of modern societies that they meet immense destruction not with panic, but with bureaucracy and municipal organization. Survival became the province of the air raid precautions wardens. Ordinary citizens issued with steel helmets and heavy coats, patrolling the darkened streets to ensure blackout compliance and direct emergency responses. The auxiliary fire brigades, often comprised of volunteers who had been accountants or shop clerks a few months prior, managed the complex logistics of water pressure and shifting winds as they worked through the night to contain the spreading blazes. By daybreak, the sirens would sound the all clear, and the population would emerge to navigate a changed landscape. The mornings were characterized by the pervasive smell of pulverized brick dust and the continuous, sweeping sound of broken glass being pushed across the pavement. Men stepped carefully around the rubble in their tailored suits, walking to offices that might no longer exist. The municipal services labored to clear the thoroughfares, while milkmen continued their delivery routes through the wreckage, a quiet insistence on the preservation of the mundane routine. Despite the immense tonnage dropped upon the cities, the industrial capacity of the nation did not collapse. To protect the production of fighter aircraft, manufacturing was decentralized, moved out of the massive, vulnerable factories and dispersed into a network of shadow facilities. Small workshops, converted garages, and hidden textile mills were repurposed to produce specific components: wings, instrument panels, landing gear. These parts were then quietly transported by truck to rural assembly sheds, ensuring that the supply of new aircraft flowing to the squadrons actually increased as the bombing intensified. As autumn turned to winter, the realization slowly settled over the planning rooms in Berlin that the aerial campaign had failed its primary objective. The defending fighter command remained operational. The radar network continued to scan the channel, and the civilian population had integrated the bombing into the difficult logistics of their daily lives. The mathematics of attrition had stabilized, proving that an industrial society could absorb a staggering amount of punishment from the air without losing its capacity to function. Without absolute control of the airspace over the channel, the logistical reality of a naval invasion remained impossible. The plans for Operation Sea Lion were quietly shelved. The invasion barges gathered in the French ports were dispersed, and the immediate threat to the island receded. The war in the West settled into a prolonged, heavy stalemate of nightly raids and naval blockades. In Berlin, the military planners rolled up the maps of the English coastline and turned their attention toward a much larger, vastly more complicated geography in the east. Chapter 7: The Eastern Steppe, 1941. The quiet that settled over the Channel in the spring of 1941 was deceptive. The vast industrial machinery that had conquered Western Europe the previous year had not been dismantled. It had simply been turned around and directed toward the opposite horizon. For months, an immense logistical accumulation had been taking place along the border established by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Rail cars carried thousands of tanks, millions of tons of ammunition, and 3 million men toward the eastern frontier. This was not a border dispute or a limited strategic maneuver. It was the staging for the largest land invasion in human history, aimed at the absolute destruction of the Soviet Union. In Moscow, the intelligence warnings arrived constantly from diplomats, border guards, and deep cover spies across Europe. They detailed the train schedules, the buildup of fuel depots, and the precise, massive accumulation of forces. Yet the Soviet leadership, governed tightly by Joseph Stalin, refused to acknowledge the reality of the threat, believing that a two-front war was a strategic impossibility for the German High Command. Stalin dismissed the warnings as provocations designed by the British to draw him into the conflict. He ordered his armies to remain in a strict defensive posture, forbidding any mobilization that might provide a pretext for attack. When the invasion commenced on the 22nd of June, it struck a military apparatus that was entirely unprepared for the shock. Operation Barbarossa moved across a front that stretched from the Baltic Sea in the north to the Black Sea in the south. The initial advance possessed a terrifying, mechanized momentum. Armored columns drove deep into the Soviet territory, exploiting the element of total surprise to bypass the forward defensive lines. Entire airfields were destroyed on the ground before a single aircraft could take off, eliminating the Soviet air presence in the opening hours of the campaign. The sheer scale of the geography encountered by the advancing armies was unlike anything they had navigated in France or the Low Countries. The eastern steppe was an ocean of land, vast and featureless, where the horizon offered no natural defensive barriers. The armored pincers closed around the retreating Soviet formations, creating massive pockets that trapped hundreds of thousands of men at a time. The numbers were staggering. Whole armies were surrounded, disarmed, and marched westward as prisoners in a matter of weeks, leaving the path to the interior seemingly wide open. However, the immense distances that facilitated these sweeping maneuvers also began to stretch the invading logistical lines to the point of fracture. The German war machine was designed for rapid, concentrated campaigns, dependent on a steady flow of fuel and spare parts. As the tanks pushed deeper into the Soviet interior, the distance between the front line and the supply depots in Poland expanded geometrically. The paved roads of Western Europe vanished, replaced by dirt tracks that quickly deteriorated beneath the treads of thousands of heavy vehicles. Compounding this geographical strain was the fundamental incompatibility of the railway systems. The tracks in the Soviet Union were constructed on a broader gauge than those in the rest of Europe, in order to utilize the captured rail network to move supplies forward. German engineering battalions were forced to manually rip up and relay thousands of miles of track while the advance continued ahead of them. The sheer volume of material required to feed the 3 million advancing men began to outpace the capacity of the transportation network to deliver it. In response to the catastrophic initial defeats, the Soviet leadership initiated a survival strategy of profound, desperate organization. They recognized that the industrial heartland of the nation in the western regions was about to be overrun. A decision was made to physically relocate the manufacturing base of the entire country, dismantling the factories and moving them beyond the reach of the advancing armies. This was an industrial migration on an unprecedented scale, prioritizing the long-term survival of the state over immediate tactical defense. The methodical, desperate dismantling of Soviet factories began in the late summer. Massive hydraulic presses, heavy lathes, and specialized machine tools were unbolted from their concrete foundations and loaded onto flatbed rail cars. Workers labored through the night under the light of arc lamps, numbering each piece of machinery and loading it alongside the raw materials and the factory personnel themselves. These immense trains then rolled eastward, away from the front, crossing the vast plains to be unloaded and reassembled in the deep safety of the Ural Mountains and Siberia. This quiet, frantic evacuation of industry guaranteed that the Soviet Union would eventually be able to replace the catastrophic losses of the summer. The factories were often set up in the east before the walls or roofs of the new buildings were even constructed, with men turning out the first new tanks and artillery pieces while standing in the open air. The sheer administrative will required to move a nation's industrial capacity across thousands of miles while fighting a defensive war remains one of the defining logistical achievements of the conflict. As the autumn approached, the advancing German columns encountered a geographical obstacle far more effective than the retreating Soviet armies. The autumn rains arrived, transforming the unpaved dirt roads of the steppe into an impassable ocean of deep, clinging mud. This period, known as the Rasputitsa, fundamentally halted the mechanized momentum of the invasion. The tanks that had moved so rapidly across the dry summer plains now sank to their axles, requiring teams of horses or other tanks simply to pull them free. The mud slowed the entire apparatus of the invasion to a miserable, exhausted crawl. Supply trucks could no longer reach the forward units, leaving the armor stranded without fuel and the infantry without adequate rations. The speed that the German doctrine relied upon evaporated entirely, forcing the commanders to halt their advance and wait for the ground to freeze. It was a crucial delay, providing the battered Soviet defenders with precious weeks to dig trenches and consolidate their lines on the approaches to Moscow. When the deep winter finally descended in November, the mud froze solid, allowing the vehicles to move once again. The advance resumed, pushing toward the capital city, but the environment had become relentlessly hostile. The German armies had not been issued adequate winter clothing, as the planning staff had confidently assumed the campaign would be concluded before the snows arrived. The men fought in their thin summer tunics, stuffing newspapers into their boots in a desperate attempt to stave off frostbite as the temperatures plummeted. The physical reality of the Russian winter began to degrade the machinery itself. The specific lubricants and oils used in the German equipment were not designed for sub-zero conditions. The standard locomotive grease froze in December, requiring fires to be lit beneath the engines on the tracks to make them move forward. The recoil mechanisms of artillery pieces seized, and the optics on the tank sights frosted over, rendering the precise aiming of weapons impossible. The entire highly engineered military apparatus was slowly failing under the stress of an environment it was not built to endure. By early December, the lead elements of the German advance reached the outer suburbs of Moscow. The spires of the Kremlin were visible through binoculars from the forward observation posts, but the momentum was entirely spent. The troops were exhausted, the supply lines were hopelessly overextended, and the weather had become the primary adversary. The invasion had stretched as far as the physical limits of its logistics would allow, coming to a halt just miles from the administrative center of the Soviet state. In this moment of profound vulnerability, the Soviet command launched a massive, coordinated counteroffensive. Drawing upon fresh divisions of troops that had been secretly transferred from the Far East, they struck the exhausted, freezing German lines. The attack caught the invaders completely off guard, forcing them to abandon their heavy equipment in the snow and retreat from the capital. The myth of the invincible mechanized advance was shattered in the deep drifts outside Moscow, proving that an army could win every battle of a summer and still be defeated by the vast, quiet distance of the winter. The failure to take Moscow marked the end of the rapid war of maneuver. The front stabilized into a continuous, grinding line that stretched for thousands of miles across the frozen continent. The conflict in the East had transformed into a war of pure industrial and demographic attrition, a contest that the German economy was entirely unsuited to fight. As the snow fell over the stalled armor and the frozen supply lines, the geography of the war expanded once again, preparing to draw another untouched industrial power into the conflict from across a different ocean entirely. Chapter 8: The Pacific Horizon, 1941. December of 1941 marked the moment the conflict achieved true global totality. The European War, despite its vast scale, had remained geographically contained to a single hemisphere. The oceans had served as massive, insulating barriers, allowing the industrial power of the United States to remain fundamentally detached from the fighting. This isolation was a deliberate political posture, maintained by a population deeply hesitant to re-engage in foreign entanglements. The breaking of that isolation did not come from the European theater, but from the sudden, overwhelming expansion of the Japanese Empire across the Pacific horizon. The strategic logic driving this expansion was born of absolute material necessity. The Japanese military apparatus, heavily engaged in a brutal, protracted land war in China, found itself increasingly starved of the raw resources required to sustain its momentum. The most critical deficiency was oil, the lifeblood of the modern fleet and air force. When the United States, in response to Japanese aggression in Asia, instituted a total embargo on petroleum exports in the summer of 1941, it presented the leadership in Tokyo with an impossible choice: either withdraw from China to restore trade, or seize the oil-rich territories of Southeast Asia by force. The decision for war was made not out of an ideological desire to conquer the United States, but as a calculated maneuver to secure a resource perimeter. The plan required a simultaneous, coordinated strike across thousands of miles of ocean. The objective was to immediately dismantle the Western military presence in the Pacific, targeting the British in Malaya and the Dutch in the East Indies to secure the oil, while simultaneously crippling the American Pacific Fleet to prevent any immediate interference with the expansion. It was a strategy dependent entirely on the absolute shock of surprise. The execution of this plan required an unprecedented naval undertaking. A massive strike force, centered around 6 heavy aircraft carriers, departed the quiet waters of the Kuril Islands in late November. The fleet maintained strict radio silence, navigating through the rough, gray swells of the North Pacific to avoid commercial shipping lanes. For nearly 2 weeks, this immense accumulation of naval power moved undetected across the empty ocean, closing the distance to the Hawaiian Islands while diplomats continued to negotiate in Washington. On the morning of December 7th, the quiet Sunday routine at the American naval base at Pearl Harbor was abruptly shattered. The first wave of attacking aircraft descended through the broken clouds just before 8 o'clock, catching the bulk of the Pacific Fleet moored tightly together in the harbor. The attack was a masterclass in aerial coordination. Dive bombers targeted the airfields to destroy the defending fighters on the ground. while low-flying torpedo bombers released their specially modified weapons into the shallow waters against the battleships along Battleship Row. The destruction was sudden and overwhelming. Within 2 hours, the primary offensive capability of the American fleet had been severely crippled, with several massive battleships sunk or heavily damaged in the burning water. The objective of removing the immediate naval threat had been achieved with terrifying efficiency. Yet, the strike had failed to catch the American aircraft carriers, which were out at sea on maneuvers, an omission that would eventually prove fatal to the entire Japanese strategic design. As the smoke rose over the harbor in Hawaii, the bureaucratic machinery of the United States government jolted into sudden, irreversible motion. The news of the attack arrived in Washington in the early afternoon, fracturing the peaceful quiet of the capital. Inside the decoding rooms, analysts were still processing the final parts of a lengthy diplomatic intercept that formally severed negotiations, a message that the Japanese embassy had been instructed to deliver just before the attack commenced, but had tragically delayed in typing. The transition from a neutral, divided nation to a fully mobilized state occurred with stunning rapidity. President Franklin D. Roosevelt spent the evening dictating the speech he would deliver to Congress the following day. The typewritten draft of the Declaration of War remains a fascinating historical artifact. It shows his handwritten pencil edit crossing out the phrase "world history" and replacing it with the word "infamy." It was a deliberate rhetorical choice, framing the conflict not simply as a geopolitical struggle, but as a moral imperative born of a treacherous strike. On December 8th, the United States formally entered the war against Japan. The isolationist sentiment that had defined American politics for a decade evaporated entirely in the wake of the attack. The immense industrial capacity of the nation, which had been slowly warming up through Lend-Lease agreements with Britain, was now fully committed to the creation of a global war machine. The entry of the United States fundamentally altered the long-term calculus of the conflict, introducing a demographic and manufacturing weight that the Axis powers could not hope to match. The declaration of war against Japan, however, did not automatically mandate involvement in the European theater. That final, fatal escalation was initiated a few days later by the leadership in Berlin, believing that the United States would be entirely consumed by a naval war in the Pacific, and hoping to solidify their alliance with Tokyo. Germany and Italy formally declared war on the United States. This diplomatic decision legally unified the two separate conflicts into a single, comprehensive world war, ensuring that the American industrial base would be directed against Europe as well. While the diplomatic architecture of the global conflict settled into place, the physical reality of the Japanese expansion moved forward with devastating speed. The attack on Pearl Harbor was merely the opening movement of a synchronized assault across the Pacific Basin. Within hours of the strike in Hawaii, Japanese forces landed on the beaches of northern Malaya, initiating a rapid drive through the dense jungle toward the supposedly impregnable British fortress at Singapore. Simultaneously, aerial bombardments struck the American installations in the Philippines, destroying the bulk of the defending air force on the ground, much as they had in Hawaii. The ensuing amphibious landings pushed the defending American and Filipino forces into a prolonged, desperate retreat down the Bataan Peninsula. The suddenness and sheer geographical scope of the offensive paralyzed the Allied command structures, which found themselves entirely cut off from reinforcement or resupply. The historian notes the strange quiet of a Sunday morning suddenly intersecting with the pivot point of a century. In the span of a few weeks in December 1941, the boundaries of the conflict expanded to encompass the entire globe. The period of limited engagements and isolated fronts was over. The world was now entirely divided into two massive, industrialized camps, initiating a struggle that would draw millions of men across oceans and dictate the shape of the geopolitical map for the remainder of the century. The immediate future, however, belonged entirely to the advancing Japanese forces. The Allied navies had been shattered, their air forces grounded, and their colonial garrisons isolated. The Pacific theater entered a period of rapid, unchecked expansion as the new empire sought to solidify its perimeter before the newly awakened industrial giant across the ocean could begin to build the ships required to fight back. Chapter 9: The Island Perimeters, 1942. The vast, open geography of the Pacific Ocean dictated a fundamentally different kind of war than the grinding territorial struggles of Europe. There were no continuous front lines, no massive armies marching across plains, and no dense networks of railways to sustain them. Instead, the conflict was defined by the isolation of deep water, measured in thousands of miles between scattered atolls and volcanic islands. The strategic reality was entirely maritime. Control of the ocean permitted the movement of troops and resources, while the loss of that control meant immediate starvation for any garrison left behind on a bypassed island. Throughout the early months of 1942, the momentum of the Japanese expansion seemed entirely unstoppable. The initial strikes had successfully paralyzed the Allied ability to project power, allowing a rapid consolidation of territory across a staggering expanse of ocean. The drive down the Malayan Peninsula culminated in the stunning capture of Singapore, a defeat that fundamentally shattered the prestige of the British Empire in Asia. The supposedly impregnable fortress, designed to repel a naval assault from the sea, fell to forces advancing through the jungle from the north. The defending army, lacking adequate air cover or water supplies after the reservoirs were captured, surrendered to a numerically inferior force, resulting in the capture of over 80,000 troops. The collapse of the American defense in the Philippines followed a similar trajectory of isolation and exhaustion. Following the destruction of the air forces on the ground, the defending American and Filipino troops were driven onto the Bataan Peninsula. There, they held out for months without any hope of resupply, as the Japanese naval blockade prevented any relief convoys from reaching the islands. The men suffered from severe malnutrition, malaria, and dysentery, fighting a slow, agonizing retreat through the dense tropical foliage. When the final stronghold at Corregidor eventually capitulated in May, it marked the complete removal of Western military presence from the Western Pacific. The evacuation of key personnel from Corregidor before the final collapse highlighted the profound distances involved and the invisible war occurring beneath the surface. The cryptographic unit stationed deep inside the Malinta Tunnel, responsible for intercepting and analyzing Japanese radio traffic, was deemed too valuable to be captured. In the dead of night, these code breakers, carrying their vital decryptions and cipher keys, were quietly loaded onto a waiting submarine. They slipped out of the besieged harbor to begin a long, submerged journey to Australia, preserving the crucial intelligence architecture that would eventually turn the tide of the war. By the spring, the Japanese Empire had secured its primary objectives with a speed that shocked the planners in Tokyo. The oil fields of the Dutch East Indies were captured largely intact, providing the essential fuel required to sustain the fleet. A massive defensive perimeter had been established, stretching from the borders of India down through the island chains north of Australia and eastward into the Central Pacific. The strategic question facing the Naval Command was whether to halt and consolidate this vast new territory, allowing the United States to rebuild, or to push the perimeter even further outward to definitively break the remaining American naval capacity. The decision was made to force a decisive engagement by targeting Midway Atoll, a tiny speck of coral located roughly 1,000 miles northwest of Hawaii. The capture of Midway would provide a forward airbase to threaten the American coast and, more importantly, draw the remaining American aircraft carriers out of Pearl Harbor into a trap where they could be destroyed by the numerically superior Japanese fleet. It was an ambitious, highly complex plan, dependent on a diversionary attack in the Aleutian Islands and the strict maintenance of operational secrecy to ensure the element of surprise. However, the architecture of that secrecy had already been compromised. The code breakers who had escaped Corregidor, now operating alongside naval intelligence officers out of a basement facility in Pearl Harbor known as Station Hypo, had achieved a partial decryption of the Japanese naval code JN-25. Through a process of painstaking mathematical analysis and traffic observation, they were able to discern the general outline of the impending operation. When they successfully confirmed through a clever ruse regarding a broken water desalination plant that the target designated AF in the intercepted messages was indeed Midway, the American command possessed the single most valuable asset in naval warfare: the exact location, timing, and intention of the enemy fleet. This intelligence allowed the smaller American fleet to set an ambush of its own. 3 aircraft carriers, including the USS Yorktown, which had been hastily repaired in just 3 days after sustaining heavy damage in a previous engagement, were quietly positioned to the northeast of Midway. They waited in the open ocean for the Japanese strike force to arrive. The resulting battle, fought over a few days in early June, was entirely abstract. The opposing surface fleets never saw each other, relying entirely on the aircraft launched from their decks to deliver destruction over hundreds of miles of water. The engagement hinged on a series of agonizingly narrow margins, fuel calculations, and matters of precise timing. The initial American land-based and carrier-based airstrikes against the Japanese carriers were largely ineffective, suffering catastrophic losses against the defending fighter patrols. However, these uncoordinated, Desperate attacks succeeded in drawing the Japanese defensive fighters down to lower altitudes and disrupting the complex, delicate process of rearming the Japanese strike aircraft on the hangar decks below. The turning point occurred in a single, devastating 5-minute window on the morning of June 4th. American dive bombers, arriving high above the fleet almost entirely by chance after a prolonged search through broken clouds, found the sky clear of defending fighters. Below them, the decks of 3 Japanese carriers were crowded with fully fueled and armed aircraft, along with massive quantities of unsecured ordnance. The ensuing attack caused cascading, catastrophic explosions that fundamentally destroyed the core of the Japanese carrier fleet. A 4th carrier was sunk later that afternoon. The loss of 4 heavy fleet carriers in a single day permanently altered the naval balance of the Pacific. It was a loss of experienced flight crews and highly trained maintenance personnel that the Japanese industrial base could not replace. The historian notes the surreal nature of this conflict, where the fate of an entire hemisphere was decided over a tiny ring of coral separated by weeks of empty ocean. The Battle of Midway did not immediately end the war, but it abruptly halted the momentum of the Japanese expansion, preventing the empire from establishing an unassailable defensive perimeter. Following Midway, the vast, empty blue space of the navigational charts, marked only by tiny atolls that suddenly held immense strategic value, defined the slow, grinding reality of the campaigns to come. The United States transitioned from a desperate defensive posture to a strategy of methodical, island-hopping advance. The plan involved selecting specific targets to secure airfields, while leaving heavily fortified islands bypassed and isolated to wither behind the advancing lines. The war in the Pacific ceased to be a war of sweeping expansion and became a war of prolonged, brutal eviction, moving slowly across the immense geography from one jungle-covered rock to the next. Chapter 10: The Desert Campaigns, 1941-1942. While the vast distances of the Pacific were defined by deep water, the North African theater was defined by a landscape equally hostile to human habitation: the profound emptiness of the Sahara. The war that unfolded along the northern coast of the continent was a war of pure logistics, governed entirely by the capacity to supply mechanized armies across hundreds of miles of barren, waterless terrain. The strategic objective was control of the Mediterranean shipping lanes and the protection of the Suez Canal, the vital artery connecting the British Empire to its eastern possessions. The campaign began as a secondary front, initiated by the Italian invasion of British-held Egypt in late 1940. This advance was quickly repulsed, resulting in a massive counteroffensive that drove the Italian forces deep back into Libya and captured tens of thousands of prisoners. To prevent the complete collapse of their ally, the German High Command deployed a small, highly motorized expeditionary force to the desert, commanded by General Erwin Rommel. The arrival of the Afrika Korps fundamentally altered the tempo of the campaign, initiating a prolonged pendulum swing of advance and retreat that would define the theater for 2 years. The desert offered a pure, abstract form of warfare, largely devoid of civilian populations, cities, or natural defensive barriers. The landscape was a flat, stony expanse of sand and escarpments, allowing for sweeping armored maneuvers that resembled naval engagements more than traditional land battles. Tanks navigated by compass across the featureless terrain, enveloping flanks and striking at supply lines. The fine, pervasive grit of the desert sand was a constant adversary, wearing down the gearboxes of Matilda and Panzer tanks alike, blinding drivers, and jamming the mechanisms of rifles and machine guns. In this environment, distance was a more formidable enemy than the opposing army. The fortunes of the campaign shifted constantly as supply lines extended and eventually snapped. An advancing army, pushing hundreds of miles from its port facilities, would eventually outrun its fuel trucks and water tankers. This logistical exhaustion would force a halt, allowing the retreating force, now falling back upon its own supply bases, to resupply, consolidate, and launch a counterattack. The armies chased each other back and forth along the coast, stretching like rubber bands until they broke and snapped back. The primary limitation on the Axis advance was the port capacity of North Africa. The harbors at Tripoli and Benghazi could only handle a fraction of the tonnage required to sustain a massive armored thrust toward Egypt. Furthermore, the supply convoys crossing the Mediterranean from Italy were constantly harassed by British submarines and aircraft operating from the island fortress of Malta. This strategic choke point meant that Rommel's forces were perpetually operating on the edge of starvation, meticulously calculating the remaining gallons of fuel before committing to an offensive. A quiet, desperate aspect of this logistical struggle played out in the dark waters of the Mediterranean. A supply convoy would leave the Italian coast at night, attempting to navigate the narrow straits and avoid detection by British radar. The ships ran without lights, maintaining strict radio silence, their holds packed with the fuel, ammunition, and armored vehicles vital for the Afrika Korps. Unloading at a damaged port like Tobruk was an agonizing process, often conducted under the threat of aerial bombardment, moving crates by hand when the heavy cranes were disabled. Despite these severe logistical constraints, the tactical brilliance of the German command repeatedly outmaneuvered the numerically superior British forces. The Afrika Korps utilized their anti-tank guns aggressively, drawing British armor into prepared traps and dismantling the heavy tank squadrons. The fall of Tobruk in the summer of 1942, a fortified port that had previously withstood a months-long siege, was a profound psychological blow to the Allied cause. The Axis advance continued, pushing deep into Egypt, threatening Alexandria and the Suez Canal itself. The pendulum, however, reached the absolute limit of its swing at a small railway halt known as El Alamein. Here, the geography finally favored the defense. The British lines were anchored on the coast to the north and the impassable Qattara Depression to the south, preventing the sweeping flanking maneuvers that had characterized the earlier campaigns. The new British commander, General Bernard Montgomery, recognized that he did not need to outmaneuver the Axis forces. He merely needed to accumulate an overwhelming material superiority and force a set-piece battle of attrition. Throughout the late summer and early autumn of 1942, the logistical balance shifted decisively. While the Axis supply lines across the Mediterranean were being strangled, a massive influx of American-built tanks, artillery, and aircraft arrived at the British depots via the long route around the Cape of Good Hope. The resulting Battle of El Alamein, commencing in late October, was a methodical, grinding assault. The British forces utilized a massive artillery barrage to blast corridors through the deep Axis minefields, slowly eroding the defending armor through sheer numerical weight. The breakthrough at El Alamein decisively broke the capacity of the Afrika Korps to wage offensive war. Lacking the fuel to execute a fighting withdrawal or maneuver their remaining tanks, the Axis forces were forced into a long, continuous retreat back across the desert they had just conquered. The battle permanently shifted the momentum of the North African campaign, securing the Suez Canal and ending the immediate threat to the Middle Eastern oil fields. Following the victory in Egypt, the strategic reality of the theater was further altered by Operation Torch, the massive Allied amphibious landings in French North Africa. American and British forces came ashore in Morocco and Algeria, establishing a second front behind the retreating Axis armies. The campaign then became a slow, methodical compression, squeezing the remaining German and Italian forces into a shrinking pocket around the city of Tunis. The Desert War concluded not with a dramatic final charge, but with the quiet, inevitable exhaustion of supplies. By the spring of 1943, the Axis forces in Tunisia were entirely cut off from the sea and the air, unable to evacuate or resupply. The surrender of over 250,000 men marked the end of the African campaign. The long, brutal logistical struggle across the sand had secured the southern flank of Europe, clearing the Mediterranean shipping lanes and preparing the ground for the inevitable Allied push northward across the sea. As the desert quieted, the remnants of the burned-out tanks and shattered artillery pieces were left to sink slowly into the dunes, becoming temporary monuments to the sheer effort required to move modern armies across empty land. The logistical lessons learned in the grit and heat of the Sahara would immediately be applied to the next phase of the conflict. The war was turning back toward the continent it had started on, bringing the full weight of the mobilized Allied machine against the heavily fortified shores of southern Europe. The Axis High Command now faced the precise scenario they had sought to avoid since the beginning of the conflict: a multi-front war requiring the division of their already strained resources. The vast armies locked in the freezing mud of the Soviet Union could not be easily withdrawn to defend against an Allied invasion from the south. The strategic initiative had passed entirely from the Axis to the Allies, marking the true beginning of the long, slow, and devastating conclusion of the European War. Chapter 11: The Winter City, 1942-1943. The immense, sweeping geometry of the Eastern Front, which had previously spanned thousands of miles from the Baltic to the Black Sea, slowly contracted during the late summer of 1942. The conflict narrowed its focus until it compressed entirely upon a single, protracted bend in the Volga River. This transition marked a fundamental shift in the nature of the war, drawing the vast, mechanized armies off the open steppe and funneling them into the dense, industrialized urban center of Stalingrad. Here, the doctrines of rapid movement and deep armored penetrations simply ceased to function, replaced by a static, suffocating struggle for individual streets and ruined buildings. Driven by a desperate need for fuel, the original strategic objective of the summer offensive had not been the city itself, but the vital oil fields of the Caucasus Mountains situated far to the south. The German High Command recognized that their mechanized empire required immense quantities of petroleum to survive, directing their primary armies toward those deep reserves. Securing the flank of this southern advance required establishing a firm hold on the Volga, the primary water transportation artery of the Soviet interior. However, the city bearing the name of the Soviet leader exerted a strange, magnetic pull on the campaign, transforming a secondary tactical objective into a grinding obsession of prestige. Before the ground forces even reached the outer suburbs in late August, the city was subjected to a massive, methodical aerial bombardment. The attacks were designed to break the logistical infrastructure and the psychological will of the defenders in a matter of days. Heavy bombers systematically reduced the residential districts to ash and fractured the massive concrete foundries along the riverbank. Yet, this absolute destruction inadvertently engineered the perfect defensive terrain, turning the flat, navigable streets into an impassable labyrinth of pulverized brick, twisted steel girders, and deep craters where advancing tanks could no longer maneuver. Warfare on this new, granular scale required a complete unlearning of everything the invading armies had perfected in France and Poland. The horizon vanished entirely, replaced by the suffocating proximity of the next room, the next basement, or the next stairwell. Divisions that were accustomed to advancing dozens of miles a day found themselves measuring progress in yards, fighting for weeks over a single grain elevator or a railway station. The grand, sweeping arrows drawn by generals on map tables in Berlin meant nothing in an environment where the front line might run down the center of a hallway. General Vasily Chuikov, tasked with the seemingly impossible defense of the ruined city, recognized that his forces could not survive a traditional battle of attrition against superior German artillery. He instituted a harsh, relentless tactical doctrine known as hugging the enemy. By ordering his infantry to maintain positions as close to the German lines as physically possible, often separated by no more than the width of a street or a broken floorboard, he effectively neutralized the advantage of the opposing air force. Dive bombers and heavy artillery could not strike the Soviet positions without simultaneously hitting their own men, forcing the conflict down to the brutal, intimate scale of rifles and hand grenades. As autumn gave way to the profound cold of the Russian winter, the logistical reality of survival superseded tactical planning. The temperatures dropped steadily, eventually plunging past -30 degrees, introducing a lethality that affected both sides equally. To create a fragile layer of insulation against the creeping frostbite, Soldiers fighting in the ruins wrapped their feet in layers of discarded newspaper beneath their stiff leather boots. The simple act of keeping a weapon clean, finding a few hours of sleep in a freezing cellar, or melting snow for drinking water, required as much focus as the fighting itself. The lifeblood of the Soviet defense was the Volga River, a broad, dark expanse of water that flowed constantly at their backs. Because the German forces held the high ground overlooking the banks, any movement across the river during daylight was impossible. Reinforcements, ammunition, and medical supplies could only be ferried across in the dead of night, using an assortment of armored barges and small wooden boats. This crossing was a quiet, grim necessity, a continuous conveyor belt of fresh troops arriving in the darkness to replace those who had fallen in the ruins just blocks away. Focusing heavily on the northern sector, the struggle settled into the massive industrial complexes that dominated the city's skyline. The Red October steel plant, the Barricady gun factory, and the Dzerzhinsky tractor factory became immense, localized battlefields. These structures were the size of small towns, filled with heavy machinery, overhead cranes, and deep subterranean workshops. The fighting wound its way through the darkened assembly lines, a surreal conflict fought amid the very tools and presses that had recently manufactured the weapons both sides were currently firing. It is a solemn characteristic of deep history that certain locations lose their geographic meaning entirely, becoming something abstract and heavy. Stalingrad ceased to be merely a center of industry or a point of transit along a river. The name transitioned into a universal symbol of absolute endurance, a testament to the capacity of human beings to absorb and sustain unimaginable pressure. The city absorbed the full, undivided weight of the German war machine, holding it in place through the sheer, stubborn refusal of its defenders to take the final few steps backward into the freezing water. While the German Sixth Army ground itself down within the city, the Soviet High Command was quietly constructing a massive, unseen architecture of counterattack. Operation Uranus was planned with absolute secrecy, accumulating over 1 million fresh troops, thousands of tanks, and immense reserves of artillery in the snow-covered steppes to the north and south of the city. Rather than feeding these resources into the meat grinder of the urban ruins, the planners targeted the extended, weakly held flanks of the German advance, which were defended largely by Allied Romanian and Italian armies lacking heavy anti-tank weapons. Breaking through the winter fog on the 19th of November, the counteroffensive struck with devastating speed. The artillery barrage was so intense that the frozen ground shook for miles, followed immediately by the rapid advance of armored columns across the open terrain. Because the German command was entirely focused on the granular fighting inside the city, the scale of the enveloping movement caught them completely unprepared. Within 4 days, the northern and southern pincers met at the town of Kalak, neatly closing a massive steel ring around the entire Sixth Army. The sudden realization of encirclement paralyzed the German leadership. Roughly 250,000 men were now trapped within the pocket, cut off entirely from their supply lines and their winter reserves. The High Command in Berlin, relying on the wildly optimistic assurances of the Luftwaffe, ordered the army to hold its ground, promising that they could be adequately supplied by air until a relief column could break through. This decision was based on a fundamental miscalculation of logistical mathematics. The trapped army required hundreds of tons of food, fuel, and ammunition every single day just to survive. Unfortunately for the trapped men, the promised airlift was a catastrophic failure. Transport planes attempting to reach the pocket were continuously harassed by Soviet fighter patrols and battered by severe winter storms. The few supplies that did land were wildly insufficient, often consisting of useless items like summer uniforms or the wrong caliber of ammunition. As the weeks dragged on through December and into January, the besieged army slowly starved, consuming their pack horses to survive while their tanks and artillery pieces fell silent for lack of fuel. Deep beneath the rubble of the city center, in the dark, cold basement of the ruined Univermag department store, Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus established his final headquarters. He had recently received a radio message promoting him to his new rank, a cynical gesture from Berlin intended to encourage him to take his own life rather than surrender a field marshal. Instead, Paulus sat quietly in the dim light of a single bulb, his uniform immaculate but loose on his starved frame, waiting patiently for the Soviet officers to descend the concrete stairs and accept the capitulation of his command. The cessation of hostilities arrived in the first days of February 1943. A profound, heavy silence settled over the pulverized landscape, broken only by the sound of the freezing wind moving through the ruins. There were no intact buildings left to occupy, no civilian population remaining to govern, only miles of ash, frozen earth, and the detritus of a collapsed army. The psychological turning point of the Eastern War had been reached, demonstrating to the world that the momentum of the Axis expansion could not only be halted, but decisively reversed. Stepping out into the cold, nearly 100,000 surviving men were gathered into long, dark columns of prisoners, exhausted, sick, and suffering from severe exposure. They were marched eastward out of the city they had spent months trying to capture, disappearing into the vast, snowy interior of the Soviet Union. The strategic initiative had permanently slipped from the invaders, but the survival of the Allied cause also relied on another, equally desperate battle of attrition, playing out simultaneously across the cold, gray expanse of the North Atlantic. Chapter 12: The Atlantic Convoys, 1940 to 1943. Millions of tons of steel, grain, and refined oil moved continuously across the cold expanse of the North Atlantic. The physical survival of the British Isles rested upon this floating industrial pipeline. Without a steady influx of imported calories, aviation fuel, and raw materials, the island's capacity to maintain its defense would have collapsed within a matter of months. The ocean became a sprawling, slow-moving logistical theater, where the primary objective was not the destruction of enemy armies, but the safe transit of heavy cargo across 3,000 miles of deep water. To protect this vital flow of material, maritime planners organized the vulnerable merchant vessels into massive, coordinated convoys. Dozens of ships sailed together in tight rectangular grids, surrounded by an outer ring of naval escorts. The speed of the entire formation was strictly dictated by the slowest freighter in the group, often reducing the pace of the crossing to a methodical, grinding crawl. These vast assemblies moved in total radio silence, adhering to zigzag patterns designed to complicate the targeting calculations of any unseen observer lurking beneath the waves. A specific, matte gray paint was applied to the hulls and superstructures of these merchant vessels. This color was not chosen arbitrarily. It was carefully formulated to blend with the low overcast skies and the churning, leaden swells of the Northern Ocean. Visual detection remained the primary method of locating targets in the early years of the conflict, making camouflage an essential tool of survival. The objective was to render the massive steel freighters as anonymous and invisible as the water they navigated, a silent procession of heavily laden hulls carrying the weight of a war economy. Operating beneath the surface, the German submarine fleet aimed to sever this transatlantic lifeline before the immense industrial might of the United States could be fully deployed. Submarines, known as U-boats, were not true submersible warships in the modern sense, but rather surface torpedo boats that possessed the ability to temporarily dive to avoid detection. They spent the majority of their patrols cruising above the water on diesel engines, scanning the horizon for the faint smudges of smoke that indicated a passing convoy. The strategy relied on finding the merchant ships in the vast emptiness of the ocean and coordinating a numerical advantage before the escorts could respond. The tactical innovation that defined this submarine campaign was the deployment of concentrated groups known as wolf packs. Rather than operating as isolated hunters, individual U-boats would spread out in a long patrol line across the suspected convoy routes. When a single vessel made contact with a convoy, it did not immediately attack. It trailed the ships from a distance, transmitting a continuous radio homing signal that drew the rest of the pack toward the target, gathering their strength in the dark before launching a synchronized assault under the cover of night. When engagements occurred, they unfolded with a grim, mechanical inevitability. Torpedoes moved silently through the water, striking the thin steel hulls of the cargo ships and flooding their holds with the freezing ocean. There was no kinetic spectacle or cinematic drama to these losses. The vessels simply lost their buoyancy, slipping beneath the dark surface and leaving the surviving crews to navigate the treacherous, sub-zero swells in small wooden lifeboats. The cold of the Atlantic was absolute, ensuring that exposure claimed far more lives than the initial damage inflicted by the weapons themselves. It is a notable characteristic of this naval struggle that the physical survival of thousands of sailors was governed by an invisible war of mathematics and radio signals. The battles were fought not just on the decks of destroyers, but on the chalkboards of cryptographic offices and the plotting tables of distant admiralty buildings. Victory in the Atlantic depended less on the caliber of naval artillery than on the ability to decipher an encrypted broadcast or calculate the precise intersection of a radio bearing. The conflict was an abstract, intellectual exercise that carried immediate, fatal consequences in the real world. The center of this mathematical defense was located in the English countryside, within the sprawling, inconspicuous estate of Bletchley Park. Here, a diverse collection of mathematicians, chess players, and linguists worked in profound secrecy to unravel the complexities of the German Enigma cipher machine. The U-boat command relied heavily on these encrypted messages to coordinate the wolf packs, believing the mathematical permutations of the machine were fundamentally unbreakable. The breaking of that cipher system provided the Allied command with the ability to read the encrypted traffic, peering directly into the logistical planning of the submarine fleet. Inside the wooden structure of Hut 8 during the night shift, the atmosphere was one of quiet, smoke-filled concentration. Desks were piled high with intercepted transcripts and intercept logs, illuminated by the low glare of desk lamps. Analysts worked through the early hours of the morning, correlating weather reports and routine bureaucratic messages to find the slight, repetitive flaws in the daily cipher settings. In the background, the steady, rhythmic clicking of the electromechanical bomb machines provided a constant soundtrack, running through thousands of rotor combinations to deduce the mathematical key that would unlock the ocean's communications for the day. Intelligence gathered from these decryptions, codenamed Ultra, was immediately channeled to the convoy plotting rooms. Armed with the precise locations of the gathering wolf packs, planners could alter the course of the merchant fleets, steering them around the waiting submarines. This invisible maneuvering saved millions of tons of shipping, allowing the convoys to pass silently through empty ocean while the U-boats waited for ships that would never arrive. It was a delicate, secret dance, requiring the Allies to act on the intelligence without revealing to the enemy that their communications had been compromised. Technical innovations also began to shift the balance on the physical decks of the escort vessels. The deployment of high-frequency direction finding, commonly referred to as Huff-Duff, allowed destroyers to instantly pinpoint the origin of the radio signals used by the U-boats to communicate with their headquarters. Furthermore, the refinement of ASDIC, an early form of sonar, enabled the escorts to probe the water beneath them with acoustic pulses, locating submerged submarines that had previously enjoyed the safety of the dark. The ocean was slowly becoming transparent, stripped of the vast anonymity that the submarine fleet required to survive. For much of the early campaign, the most dangerous stretch of the journey was the Mid-Atlantic Gap. This was a vast expanse of open water located beyond the operational range of land-based patrol aircraft flying from North America, Iceland, and Britain. Within this dark zone, the U-boats could operate on the surface with relative impunity, free from the threat of aerial observation or sudden depth charge attacks. The convoys were forced to traverse this gap, relying entirely on their surface escorts, absorbing heavy losses as they waited for the protective umbrella of aircraft to reappear on the opposite horizon. This vulnerability was eventually closed by the introduction of very long-range patrol aircraft, specifically the modified B-24 Liberator bombers. Outfitted with extra fuel tanks and specialized air-to-surface radar, these planes could linger over the convoys even in the deepest, most remote sections of the ocean. They forced the submarines to remain submerged for longer periods, draining their batteries and exhausting their crews. The addition of small, cheaply constructed escort carriers sailing directly within the convoy formations further extended this aerial protection, effectively sealing the gap and neutralizing the primary advantage of the surface-hunting U-boat. The ultimate resolution of the Atlantic struggle, however, was driven by the sheer, overwhelming capacity of the American industrial base. Recognizing that the destruction of shipping could not be entirely prevented, the strategic objective shifted toward outbuilding the rate of sinking. Shipyards across the United States were retooled to mass produce a standardized, utilitarian cargo vessel known as the Liberty ship. The design was simple, lacking graceful lines or high-speed engines, but it prioritized the absolute efficiency of manufacturing over nautical elegance. Utilizing prefabricated sections and extensive welding instead of traditional riveting, the shipyards achieved astonishing rates of production. Massive pieces of the hull were constructed inland, transported to the coastal slipways, and assembled like monumental industrial puzzles. The time required to launch a new vessel dropped from months to a matter of weeks, and in some heavily publicized instances, a matter of days. The output became a steady, relentless flow of steel pouring into the water, replacing lost tonnage faster than the submarine fleet could ever hope to sink it. By the spring of 1943, the statistical reality of this industrial and technological accumulation became undeniable. The convoy escorts were numerous and highly trained. The airspace was saturated with radar-equipped patrols, and the cryptographic intelligence flowed steadily. In May of that year, the U-boat fleet suffered unsustainable losses, losing dozens of submarines in a single month. The German command quietly ordered a withdrawal from the North Atlantic convoy routes, marking the end of the greatest threat to the maritime supply lines. The ocean remained cold and unforgiving, but the vital artery connecting the industrial power of America to the staging grounds of Britain was finally securely anchored. Chapter 13, The Peninsular Advance, 1943 to 1944. The successful clearing of North Africa in the spring of 1943 immediately opened the southern approaches to the European continent. The vast Allied armies gathered along the Mediterranean coast did not pause to consolidate their desert victories. The momentum of the logistical buildup required an immediate forward thrust. The chosen target was the island of Sicily, the geographic stepping stone connecting the African shore to the Italian mainland. The subsequent amphibious invasion, executed under the cover of darkness and high winds in July, utilized the immense naval and aerial superiority accumulated over the previous year, depositing hundreds of thousands of men onto the southern beaches. The immediate political consequence of this landing was a profound destabilization of the Italian domestic structure. The presence of Allied troops on national soil shattered the fragile illusion of security that the fascist regime had maintained. Within weeks of the invasion, the Grand Council of Fascism convened in Rome and quietly passed a motion of no confidence against Benito Mussolini, effectively ending his 2-decade rule. The aging monarch, King Victor Emmanuel III, ordered the immediate arrest of the dictator, initiating secret negotiations with the Allied command to remove Italy from the conflict entirely. This secret negotiation of an armistice unfolded in a quiet olive grove in Sicily, far from the grand administrative buildings of Rome. Representatives of the new Italian government met with Allied officers beneath the trees, finalizing a document that surrendered the nation unconditionally. The agreement was a desperate attempt to extract the country from the war before it became a battlefield, but the logistical reality of modern armies made such a clean separation impossible. The German High Command, having anticipated this political collapse, immediately initiated a sweeping, pre-planned occupation of the peninsula, disarming the confused Italian army and taking control of the defensive positions. As a result, the Allied forces landing on the Italian mainland in early September did not encounter a collapsing nation, but rather a deeply entrenched, highly motivated German defense. The strategic character of the campaign shifted instantly, from the sweeping, open maneuvers of the desert to a slow, grinding ascent up the mountainous spine of the peninsula. The Italian geography, characterized by narrow coastal plains, deep river valleys, and the rugged, impassable Apennine Mountains, heavily favored the defending forces, who utilized every ridge and river crossing to construct formidable defensive lines. The advance became a brutal war of attrition that absorbed massive resources while moving forward at an agonizingly slow pace. Divisions fought for weeks simply to capture a specific hill or secure a small stone village perched on a mountainside. Heavy armor, which had decided the campaigns in France and North Africa, found itself largely confined to the narrow, winding roads, vulnerable to concealed anti-tank guns. The conflict returned to the scale of the infantrymen, governed by the cold rain, the deep mud of the valleys, and the physical exhaustion of carrying supplies up steep, rocky inclines. This slow progression was repeatedly halted by a series of fortified defensive belts stretching across the entire width of the country. The most formidable of these was the Gustav Line, anchored in the center by the high, rocky prominence of Monte Cassino. The line utilized the fast-flowing rivers and the steep mountain slopes to create a barrier that could not be outflanked. The Allied armies were forced into a series of frontal assaults through the freezing winter of 1943, suffering heavy casualties against a defense that required relatively few troops to maintain. The historian observes a quiet tragedy in the nature of this specific theater. The campaign necessitated fighting a modern, industrialized war through the oldest, most fragile architecture of Europe. Artillery barrages and aerial bombardments were directed against ancient stone bridges, medieval walled towns, and centuries-old vineyards. The destruction was not merely tactical, it was an erasure of cultural heritage. As the heavy machinery of the 20th century ground its way slowly through the deep history of the peninsula. The Abbey of Monte Cassino stood as the most prominent symbol, of this intersection between deep history and modern conflict. Founded in the 6th century, the massive stone monastery sat atop the mountain, offering a commanding view of the valleys through which the Allied forces needed to advance. While the German defenders had explicitly avoided occupying the abbey itself to preserve its historical neutrality, the sheer tactical advantage of its location made it an inevitable focus of the fighting. The perception that the building was being used as an observation post eventually led the Allied command to authorize its complete destruction. In February 1944, a massive aerial bombardment reduced the ancient structure to a jagged, smoking ruin of pulverized stone and timber. The decision was a tactical miscalculation. The destruction did not dislodge the defenders, but rather created a chaotic, impassable maze of rubble that the German paratroopers quickly occupied and fortified. The fighting around the ruined abbey continued for months, a granular, bitter struggle fought among the shattered columns and broken statues of a religious sanctuary. Prior to the bombardment, a quiet, desperate effort was undertaken to preserve the cultural wealth held within the abbey's walls. Recognizing the inevitability of the destruction, German officers and monks worked together to pack the irreplaceable medieval archives, illuminated manuscripts, and rare antiquities into wooden crates. These crates were then loaded onto trucks and moved silently down the mountain, eventually finding safety within the Vatican. It is a rare instance in the grinding machinery of total war, where opposing forces pause to acknowledge and protect a shared inheritance before resuming the destruction. Seeking to bypass the immovable obstacle of the Gustav Line, the Allied command launched a secondary amphibious landing further up the coast at Anzio. The objective was to outflank the defenders and open a rapid route toward Rome. However, the landing forces failed to aggressively push inland, preferring to consolidate their beachhead. This hesitation allowed the German command to rapidly shift reinforcements to the area, surrounding the shallow perimeter and trapping the Allied forces under constant, heavy artillery fire for months, turning the flanking maneuver into another static siege. The stalemate along the Gustav Line was finally broken in the spring of 1944 through a massive, coordinated offensive that involved troops from across the globe, including Polish, French, Indian, and American divisions. The sheer weight of the assault overwhelmed the defensive positions, forcing a general German retreat northward. The breakthrough allowed the forces trapped at Anzio to break out and link up with the advancing armies, opening the roads leading directly to the capital city. In early June, the leading elements of the Allied armies entered Rome. The city had been declared an open city by the retreating German forces, sparing its immense historical architecture from the destruction that had characterized the campaign to the south. The capture of the First Axis capital was a significant symbolic victory, celebrated briefly in the sunlit piazzas and broad avenues. Yet, the strategic reality remained unchanged. The retreating armies simply established a new defensive line further north in the Apennines, and the slow, grinding ascent up the peninsula continued. The Italian campaign is often overshadowed in historical memory by the massive landings in France that occurred just 2 days after the fall of Rome. The peninsula became a secondary theater, continuously starved of resources and landing craft to support the operations unfolding elsewhere. The armies in Italy fought a grueling, forgotten war through the mountains, enduring harsh winters and bitter resistance to slowly draw German divisions away from the primary fronts. Their advance was not marked by sweeping, dramatic victories, but by the quiet, steady accumulation of miles measured out in mud and stone. Chapter 14: The Shadow War, 1940 to 1944. Beneath the massive, visible movements of armored divisions and the thunderous campaigns of strategic bombers, a second, entirely distinct conflict operated across the occupied continent. This was the Shadow War, a complex network of resistance, sabotage, and espionage that existed completely outside the traditional architecture of uniformed armies. When the governments of Western Europe collapsed in the rapid defeats of 1940, the formal mechanisms of national defense dissolved, leaving the populations to navigate the immediate reality of occupation. From this profound dislocation, a spontaneous, uncoordinated resistance began to emerge, forming the quiet infrastructure of a covert struggle. The administration of this shadow war from London was the responsibility of newly formed intelligence organizations, most notably the Special Operations Executive, or SOE. Their mandate, issued by the Prime Minister in the darkest days of 1940, was explicitly to set Europe ablaze. This required the construction of a vast, clandestine logistical network capable of infiltrating trained agents, specialized equipment, and financial support into territories heavily guarded by the enemy apparatus. It was a bureaucracy of subversion, managing safe houses, forged documents, and clandestine radio schedules from quiet offices in the heart of the British capital. The individuals recruited for these operations were not drawn solely from the traditional military establishment. They were often civilians, linguists, bankers, teachers, and journalists selected for their fluency in European languages and their ability to blend seamlessly into the occupied environment. After rigorous training in covert communications, demolitions, and the grim realities of interrogation resistance, they were dropped by parachute into the dark fields of France, Belgium, or the Netherlands, tasked with organizing the disparate local resistance groups into cohesive, effective networks. A quiet field in the Vercors Plateau at midnight captures the essential rhythm of this hidden conflict. A small group of men and women wait in absolute silence, listening to the wind and the distant hum of an approaching aircraft engine. When the signal flashes from the ground, the bomber passes low overhead, dropping heavy, metal canisters attached to parachutes. The resistance fighters rush to recover the canisters, hauling them into the tree line to retrieve the vital contents: Sten guns, explosives, radios, and medical supplies, before the entire scene dissolves back into the quiet of the rural night. The primary objective of these networks was not to engage the occupying armies in direct, pitched battles. Their strength lay in their invisibility and their ability to strike at the logistical vulnerabilities of the mechanized state. The Shadow War focused heavily on the disruption of transportation and communication. A small amount of plastic explosive, placed precisely against the iron struts of a railway bridge or the switching gear of a rail yard, could sever a vital supply line for weeks, causing a disproportionate disruption to the movement of enemy troops and material. This campaign of sabotage required immense courage, as it was conducted under the constant threat of discovery by the Gestapo and local collaborationist police forces. The occupying authorities responded to acts of resistance with brutal, disproportionate reprisals, often executing hostages or destroying entire villages in retaliation. Operating within this environment meant living in a constant state of suppressed terror, where a simple mistake in a forged ration card, a momentary lapse in cover story, or a radio transmission that lasted a minute too long could lead to arrest, torture, and a quiet disappearance. A specialized industry emerged to support the survival of these agents and downed airmen attempting to escape the continent. Hidden laboratories in London produced an astonishing array of covert equipment. One notable example was the highly detailed escape maps printed on pure silk. These maps were chosen because silk, unlike paper, could be folded tightly into tiny compartments, submerged in water without disintegrating, and, crucially, sewn silently into the linings of aviator jackets so they would not rustle during a covert border crossing. The gathering of intelligence was equally vital to the Allied war effort. While the resistance could not physically repel the occupying armies, they could observe them. Networks of ordinary citizens, railway workers, postmen, and dockhands quietly noted the movement of trains, the construction of coastal fortifications, and the locations of newly established headquarters. This granular, local information was transmitted back to London via clandestine radios, providing the Allied planners with a highly detailed, constantly updating map of the enemy's dispositions. The Shadow War also encompassed the massive, silent effort to protect the mathematical secrets of the conflict. The success of the cryptographic efforts at Bletchley Park relied entirely on the enemy remaining unaware that their codes had been broken. To maintain this illusion, intelligence derived from decryptions was often disguised as information gathered by the resistance networks or aerial reconnaissance. This intricate deception required the careful management of information, ensuring that the source of Allied foreknowledge remained untraceable. As the anticipated date of the cross-channel invasion approached, the role of the resistance shifted from isolated acts of sabotage to a coordinated campaign designed to isolate the landing beaches. In the weeks preceding the landings, the French resistance, known collectively as the Maquis, launched thousands of simultaneous attacks against the rail network and the telephone infrastructure. This sudden, massive disruption severed the communication lines between the German High Command and the coastal garrisons, preventing the rapid deployment of reinforcements to the contested areas. The psychological impact of this hidden infrastructure was profound. The occupying armies were forced to divert hundreds of thousands of troops from the active fronts, simply to guard bridges, tunnels, and supply depots from an enemy they could rarely see. The knowledge that the civilian population among whom they lived was actively organizing against them, created an atmosphere of deep paranoia and isolation. The Shadow War slowly eroded the administrative confidence of the occupation, proving that military conquest does not equate to the pacification of a population. While the resistance networks were militarily secondary to the massive armies preparing to cross the Channel, their contribution was crucial in preparing the ground for liberation. They functioned as the invisible vanguard of the advancing forces, disrupting the enemy's ability to respond to the sudden tactical shifts of the invasion. The true legacy of the Shadow War lies in the quiet, immense courage of individuals who chose to fight a war without uniforms, accepting the certainty of torture and death if captured, to maintain the architecture of resistance in the dark. The historian notes that the transition from occupation to liberation is often fraught with violence and political settling of scores. As the Allied armies pushed inland, the resistance networks emerged from the shadows, eager to reclaim their national sovereignty and punish those who had collaborated with the enemy. The hidden war, defined for years by silence and secrecy, suddenly erupted into the open, adding a complex layer of civil conflict to the already massive logistical effort of the advancing armies. The success of the clandestine networks, the accumulation of intelligence, and the disruption of the logistical lines had all been directed toward a single, monumental objective. The entire architecture of the Allied war effort, the ships, the aircraft, the cryptographic breakthroughs, and the silent sabotage had been converging for years on a specific stretch of the French coastline, waiting for the immense mathematical calculation of tides, moon phases, and weather fronts to align. Chapter 15, The Channel Crossing, 1944. The accumulation of military power on the British Isles during the early months of 1944 was unlike any logistical assembly in history. The southern counties of England ceased to function as a civilian landscape, transforming entirely into a massive, sprawling staging ground. Every harbor, from the deep water ports to the small fishing villages, was choked with naval vessels. The narrow country lanes were lined, bumper to bumper, with tanks, half-tracks, and supply trucks hidden beneath the canopy of the trees. Over 3 million men were gathered in vast encampments, waiting for the order to cross the narrow body of water that separated them from the occupied continent. The objective, designated Operation Overlord, was the establishment of a permanent, sustainable second front in Western Europe. The strategic requirement was to land an overwhelming force on the heavily defended beaches of Normandy, secure a deep beachhead before the German armored reserves could counterattack, and then initiate a rapid advance toward the industrial heartland of Germany. This undertaking required the coordination of land, sea, and air forces on an unprecedented scale, managed by a complex, multinational command structure under the leadership of General Dwight D. Eisenhower. The target area was defended by the Atlantic Wall, an immense system of coastal fortifications stretching from Norway to the Spanish border. While the propaganda depicted an impenetrable barrier of concrete and steel, the reality of the wall was uneven. In some areas, Massive gun emplacements housed artillery capable of firing across the channel, while other stretches were defended only by barbed wire, landmines, and thinly stretched infantry battalions. The German command, uncertain of where the blow would fall, had been forced to spread their forces across thousands of miles of coastline, holding their powerful panzer divisions in reserve inland. The entire success of the invasion hinged upon the preservation of operational secrecy and a massive campaign of deception. The Allied intelligence services constructed an elaborate fiction known as Operation Fortitude, designed to convince the German High Command that the primary landing would occur at the Pas de Calais, the narrowest point of the channel. They created fictitious armies, generated false radio traffic, and positioned dummy tanks and landing craft in the fields of southeastern England. The deception was profoundly successful, holding the bulk of the German defensive strength far to the north of the actual target. The precise timing of the invasion was dictated entirely by the unforgiving mathematics of the natural environment. The planners required a specific combination of conditions: a late rising moon to provide illumination for the airborne drops, followed by a low tide at dawn to expose the thousands of underwater obstacles the defenders had planted on the beaches. This precise alignment occurred on only a few days each month. As the designated window in early June approached, the entire massive apparatus of the invasion was held in an agonizing suspension, waiting for the final element: the weather. In a rain-lashed library at Southwick House, the meteorological staff presented their findings to the Supreme Command. The weather over the channel was severe, with high winds and heavy seas that would swamp the landing craft and ground the supporting aircraft. The initial date for the invasion was canceled, forcing the fleets that had already put to sea to turn back and endure the storm in crowded, heaving ships. The meteorologist, James Stagg, then identified a brief, unexpected break in the storm system approaching from the Atlantic. Based solely on this fragile forecast, Eisenhower made the quiet, monumental decision to launch the invasion on the morning of June 6th. The operation commenced in the deep darkness hours before the seaborne landings. Thousands of paratroopers and glider-borne infantry were dropped behind the beaches, tasked with securing the vital bridges and causeways that connected the coast to the interior. The drops were scattered widely by the poor weather and intense anti-aircraft fire, resulting in a chaotic, fragmented battle in the dark. Small groups of men, separated from their units, navigated the flooded fields and hedgerows, utilizing small brass crickets that emitted a sharp click-clack sound to identify friendly forces in the dense foliage. As dawn approached, the massive naval armada arrived off the coast of Normandy, beginning a thunderous, sustained bombardment of the defensive positions. The landing craft, carrying the initial assault waves, pitched heavily in the rough swells as they moved toward the shore. The experience of the soldiers in these small, flat-bottomed boats was defined by seasickness, the smell of diesel fumes, and the deafening roar of the naval guns firing overhead. The troops carried heavy packs, and the exhausts of the jeeps and tanks had been treated with a thick, foul-smelling waterproofing compound so they could drive directly through the surf. The landings along the 5 designated beachheads met with varying degrees of resistance. On some beaches, the preliminary bombardment had suppressed the defenses, allowing the troops to move relatively quickly across the sand and secure the bluffs. On Omaha Beach, however, the bombardment had largely missed its targets, leaving the heavy defenses intact. The approaching landing craft were subjected to intense, concentrated fire, resulting in horrific casualties. The survival of the beachhead relied not on grand tactical maneuvering, but on the desperate, individual initiative of small groups of men pushing forward through the slaughter to silence the bunkers. By the end of the day, the Allied forces had successfully established a precarious foothold on the continent. Over 150,000 men had crossed the channel, and the long process of unloading the massive logistical tail began. Because the invasion required immediate, vast port facilities to sustain the momentum, the planners had brought their own harbors with them. The Mulberry harbors were massive, prefabricated concrete caissons towed across the channel and sunk off the coast to create artificial breakwaters, allowing cargo ships to unload directly onto floating piers. The immediate objective of breaking out into the open country, however, was delayed by the specific geography of the Normandy interior. The landscape was defined by the bocage, a dense network of ancient, towering hedgerows that divided the fields into tiny, enclosed squares. These thick earthen banks, covered in heavy brush, provided perfect defensive positions, rendering the superior Allied armor largely ineffective. The advance slowed to a grueling, bloody crawl, fighting from one hedgerow to the next, measuring progress in single fields rather than miles. The German armored reserves, initially held back by the lingering belief that the Normandy landings were a diversion, were finally committed to the battle. They counterattacked fiercely against the expanding beachhead, attempting to drive the Allied forces back into the sea. The fighting in the dense bocage and the ruined towns of the interior was severe, a war of attrition that heavily favored the defense. Yet, the Allied forces possessed absolute control of the air, allowing fighter bombers to constantly harass the German supply lines and interdict any movement during daylight hours. The breakout from the beachhead was finally achieved in late July through Operation Cobra, a massive, concentrated carpet bombing utilizing heavy bombers blasted a corridor through the German lines, allowing the American armored divisions to pour into the open country beyond the hedgerows. The static, grinding warfare of the previous weeks was instantly replaced by a rapid, sweeping advance. The German forces, caught off guard by the speed of the maneuver, found themselves in danger of being entirely encircled. The resulting Falaise pocket trapped tens of thousands of German troops between the advancing Allied armies. The attempt to escape through the narrow gap in the lines was subjected to relentless artillery and aerial bombardment, resulting in the complete destruction of the German military capacity in Normandy. The road to Paris was suddenly open. The German armies were in full retreat toward the east, and the long-anticipated liberation of Western Europe was moving with unstoppable momentum. The cross-channel invasion, the largest amphibious operation in history, had succeeded, shifting the center of the conflict permanently onto the continent. Chapter 16: The Eastern Advance, 1944. While the attention of the world was fixed upon the monumental logistical achievement unfolding on the beaches of Normandy, an offensive of even greater scale and consequence was being unleashed across the vast plains of the Soviet Union. The strategic timing was deliberate. The opening of the Second Front in the West ensured that the German High Command could not transfer reserves eastward to stabilize the collapsing lines. Operation Bagration, launched in late June 1944, was designed not merely to reclaim lost territory, but to entirely dismantle the structural integrity of the German forces occupying the center of the Eastern Front. The scale of Bagration dwarfed the simultaneous operations in the West. The Soviet High Command had accumulated over 2 million men, thousands of tanks, and massive reserves of artillery, concentrating them with remarkable secrecy opposite the German Army Group Center. This specific German formation, having held its positions deep within Soviet territory for nearly 3 years, was considered the anchor of the entire Eastern defense. The Soviet plan relied on a doctrine of deep battle, striking rapidly across multiple points, bypassing strongholds, and driving deep into the rear to shatter the logistical and command infrastructure before the defenders could react. The offensive commenced with an artillery barrage of unprecedented density. Thousands of guns fired in a synchronized, rolling thunder that obliterated the forward German trenches and shattered the communication lines connecting the front to the command centers. The ensuing armored assault did not attack the heavily fortified cities directly. Instead, it sliced through the weaker flanks, rapidly encircling the strong points. The German tactical doctrine, rigid and centralized, collapsed completely under the speed and weight of the mechanized advance, leaving entire armies isolated and cut off from retreat. Within a matter of weeks, Army Group Center was fundamentally destroyed. It was a defeat of catastrophic proportions, far exceeding the losses sustained at Stalingrad. Hundreds of thousands of German soldiers were killed or captured, leaving a massive, gaping hole in the center of the Eastern Front. The momentum of the Soviet advance became relentless, rolling westward across the forests of Belarusia and pushing rapidly into the territory of occupied Poland. The landscape that had taken the German armies months to conquer in 1941 was reclaimed in a matter of days. As the advance moved from the Soviet interior into Central Europe, the logistical requirements became increasingly complex. The rapid movement stretched the supply lines, requiring the constant, rapid reconstruction of the rail network. A significant obstacle was the differing gauge of the railway tracks. As the Soviet engineering battalions crossed the pre-war borders, they were forced to continually pull up the narrower European tracks and relay them to accommodate the wider Soviet trains carrying the vital fuel and ammunition required to sustain the momentum. The rapid westward thrust carried profound political implications that extended far beyond the immediate military objectives. As the Soviet armies approached the borders of the Eastern European nations, The geopolitical shape of the post-war world was actively being determined. The advancing forces were not simply liberating territory. They were establishing the physical presence necessary to install friendly, communist-aligned governments in the nations they occupied. The military advance was simultaneous with a quiet, ruthless political consolidation. This intersection of military strategy and political consequence became starkly, tragically apparent as the advance reached the banks of the Vistula River, directly opposite the Polish capital of Warsaw. Recognizing the imminent arrival of the Soviet forces, the Polish Home Army, a massive, organized resistance movement aligned with the exiled government in London, launched a general uprising within the city. The objective was to liberate the capital themselves, establishing an independent Polish authority before the Soviet armies could impose their own political structure upon the nation. The Warsaw Uprising began in early August, with the resistance fighters seizing control of large sections of the city from the surprised German garrison. However, the Soviet advance suddenly halted on the eastern bank of the river. The official military explanation cited the exhaustion of the supply lines and the need to consolidate the rapidly gained territory before attempting to force a crossing. Yet, the political reality was that the destruction of the independent Polish resistance served the long-term objectives of the Soviet leadership, removing the primary obstacle to the establishment of a compliant post-war government. For 2 agonizing months, the resistance fighters in Warsaw fought a desperate, isolated battle against the fully equipped German reinforcements dispatched to crush the uprising. The fighting was brutal, granular urban warfare, moving through the sewers and the ruined buildings of the capital. The Western Allies attempted to drop supplies to the besieged city, flying massive distances from bases in Italy, but the drops were largely ineffective without Soviet logistical support or the permission to use Soviet airfields to refuel. While the city burned across the river, the Soviet armies remained largely static on the eastern bank. The rapid, practiced construction of standardized pontoon bridges across the broad Vistula by Soviet combat engineers was paused, the heavy equipment sitting idle while the uprising was systematically dismantled. The German forces employed heavy siege artillery and aerial bombardment, reducing the historical center of Warsaw to absolute rubble and exacting horrific casualties upon the civilian population. When the surviving members of the Home Army finally capitulated in early October, the physical destruction of the city was almost total. The German command ordered the systematic dynamiting of the remaining structures, intending to erase Warsaw from the map entirely. The tragedy of the uprising lay not just in the loss of life, but in the cold geopolitical calculation that allowed it to happen. It was a stark demonstration that the borders of the post-war world would be drawn by the armies that occupied the ground, regardless of the political aspirations of the nations being liberated. Following the suppression of the uprising, the Eastern Front settled into a brief, exhausted pause. The Soviet armies used the autumn months to consolidate their massive gains, repair the stretched supply lines, and prepare for the final push into the German heartland. The distance from the front lines to Berlin had been reduced from thousands of miles to a few hundred. The vast, sweeping campaigns across the steppes were over. replaced by the preparation for the final, devastating compression of the shrinking German state. The historian reflects on the quiet tragedy of borders redrawn by exhausted armies, carrying the seeds of the coming Cold War within the very acts of liberation. The rapid advance of Operation Bagration broke the back of the German military capacity in the East, guaranteeing the eventual defeat of the Axis powers. Yet, the manner in which that advance paused at the Vistula and the political calculations that governed its progress ensured that the end of the conflict in Eastern Europe would not result in the restoration of the independent states that had existed before the war began. Chapter 17: The Weight of the Air, 1943-1945. While the vast armies ground their way slowly across the continent, another war was being fought entirely detached from the geography of the ground. The strategic bombing campaign, conducted by the combined air forces of the United States and Great Britain, aimed to destroy the industrial capacity and the psychological will of the German state from the sky. This effort required the creation of an industry unto itself, a massive logistical undertaking that consumed staggering quantities of aluminum, high-octane fuel, and the lives of tens of thousands of young air crews. The objective was to bring the reality of the war to the urban centers of the Reich, paralyzing the production of weapons before they could reach the front. The campaign was divided into two distinct, complementary strategies based on the capabilities of the participating air forces. The American strategy, relying on the heavily armed B-17 Flying Fortress, prioritized daylight precision bombing. The theory was that by flying in tight, heavily defended formations, the bombers could survive the daytime fighter attacks and accurately target specific industrial bottlenecks, ball-bearing plants, synthetic oil refineries, and aircraft assembly yards. It was a strategy dependent on the advanced Norden bomb sight, an early mechanical computer designed to calculate wind drift and altitude to drop munitions with unprecedented accuracy. However, the reality of daytime precision bombing over heavily defended territory proved devastatingly costly. The defensive fighter screens and the dense concentrations of anti-aircraft flak exacted a terrible toll on the bomber formations. The bombers often flew beyond the range of their fighter escorts, exposing them to sustained attacks over hundreds of miles. In specific raids against critical industrial targets, such as the ball-bearing factories at Schweinfurt, the losses among the unescorted bomber fleets reached catastrophic levels, temporarily forcing a halt to the deep penetration raids until long-range fighter escorts could be developed and deployed. Conversely, the British strategy, under the direction of Air Chief Marshal Arthur Harris, abandoned the concept of precision targeting in favor of nighttime area bombing, recognizing that accurately hitting a single factory in the dark was impossible. The strategy shifted to targeting the industrial cities themselves. The objective was the dehousing of the German workforce, destroying the surrounding infrastructure, the municipal services, and the morale of the civilian population that supported the war effort. The primary weapon of this campaign was the massive Lancaster bomber, capable of carrying an immense tonnage of high explosives and incendiary devices. These nighttime raids were massive, highly coordinated logistical achievements. A typical raid involved hundreds of heavy bombers navigating in absolute darkness, relying on complex radio beams and skilled Pathfinder crews to locate the target city. The Pathfinders would drop colored marker flares to illuminate the aiming point, and the main bomber stream would release their payloads onto the glowing markers. It was a terrifying, abstract form of warfare, where the destruction was delivered by young men sitting in freezing, vibrating metal tubes miles above the earth, entirely insulated from the physical reality of the explosions below. Inside the cramped fuselage of a Lancaster bomber, the experience was defined by cold, noise, and constant tension. The navigator sat at a small desk, plotting the course through the darkness using dead reckoning and celestial observation. The air gunners, isolated in small perspex turrets, scanned the black sky for the faint silhouettes of defending night fighters. The temperature at altitude routinely dropped well below zero, requiring the crews to wear heavy, electrically heated suits. The physical and psychological strain of flying these long, perilous missions, knowing the statistical likelihood of survival was low, exacted a heavy toll on the men. The defense against this aerial armada was equally massive and technologically complex. The German cities were surrounded by rings of radar-guided anti-aircraft guns and searchlight batteries. A highly sophisticated network of ground-controlled night fighters was established, directing heavily armed aircraft into the bomber streams. To counter this, the Allied forces developed early forms of electronic warfare. The most simple and effective of these was window. Millions of small strips of aluminum foil dropped from the bombers. As these strips floated down through the night sky, they created massive false returns on the German radar screens, confusing the defenses and blinding the anti-aircraft guns. The culmination of the area bombing strategy resulted in destruction on an unimaginable scale. Cities like Hamburg and Dresden were subjected to raids so dense that the resulting fires merged into massive, self-sustaining firestorms. The heat generated by these conflagrations was so intense that it created hurricane-force winds, drawing oxygen into the center of the city and incinerating everything within the zone. The destruction of these urban centers was absolute, fundamentally altering the architecture and the demographic reality of the nation. Despite the profound human cost and the destruction of the cities, the impact of the bombing campaign on actual industrial production remains a complex calculation. The German manufacturing base proved remarkably resilient, dispersing its vital production facilities into the countryside, hiding them in forests, or moving them deep underground into salt mines and reinforced bunkers. The production of fighter aircraft actually continued to rise until late 1944, demonstrating the incredible capacity of a fully mobilized, tightly controlled state to adapt to infrastructural damage. The true strategic victory of the bombing campaign lay not in the immediate destruction of factories, but in the diversion of resources. To defend the cities, the German High Command was forced to recall thousands of the best fighter aircraft from the Eastern and Western fronts, granting the Allied armies absolute air superiority on the ground. Millions of workers were diverted from industrial production to clear rubble, repair railways, and man the anti-aircraft batteries. The bombing forced the German war machine into a permanent defensive posture, draining its resources and preventing any significant offensive action in the air. As the war entered its final year, the introduction of the P-51 Mustang fundamentally altered the balance of the air war. This long-range fighter possessed the fuel capacity to escort the heavy bombers all the way to Berlin and back, while retaining the maneuverability to engage the defending fighters on equal terms. The deployment of these escorts effectively neutralized the Luftwaffe, breaking the back of the German fighter defense. The skies over the Reich were finally open to sustained, relatively unopposed bombardment, sealing the logistical fate of the nation. The historian notes that the distance of altitude insulated the planners from the realities on the ground, making destruction an abstract calculation of tonnage and aiming points. The strategic bombing campaign introduced a grim new paradigm to modern warfare, erasing the distinction between the military front and the civilian interior. The massive, pulverized ruins of the industrial cities stood as a stark testament to the total nature of the conflict, a war that ultimately demanded the mobilization and the destruction of entire societies to achieve its conclusion. Chapter 18, The Final Winter, 1944-1945. As the year drew toward its close, the map of Europe reflected the massive, irreversible compression of the German state. In the east, the Soviet armies had reached the borders of East Prussia and stood on the banks of the Vistula. In the west, the Allied forces had liberated Paris, swept through France, and approached the defensive fortifications of the Siegfried Line. The distance between the advancing fronts was shrinking rapidly, and the logistical capacity of the German army to sustain a multi-front war was entirely exhausted. Yet, the leadership in Berlin refused to acknowledge the mathematical certainty of the defeat, planning a final, desperate gamble to alter the geopolitical reality before the spring. The objective was not to win the war, an outcome that even the most fanatical planners recognized was impossible, but to deliver a shock severe enough to fracture the alliance between the Western democracies and the Soviet Union. The plan involved secretly accumulating the last remaining armored reserves, stripping the Eastern Front of its most experienced divisions, and launching a massive counteroffensive through the dense, snowy forests of the Ardennes. The goal was to split the American and British armies, drive to the port of Antwerp, and force a negotiated settlement in the west, allowing the remaining military strength to be directed entirely against the advancing Soviet forces. The offensive, which would become known as the Battle of the Bulge, commenced in the freezing fog of mid-December. The weather was a crucial component of the strategy. The heavy overcast grounded the overwhelming Allied tactical air forces, negating their primary advantage. The initial assault caught the American divisions holding the Ardennes sector completely by surprise. These lines were thinly held by exhausted units resting from previous battles and inexperienced troops newly arrived on the continent. The sudden, overwhelming weight of the German armor pushed deep into the American lines, creating a massive bulge in the front. However, the rapid advance was immediately compromised by the specific logistical constraints that had plagued the German army for years. The plan required the capture of Allied fuel depots to sustain the tanks, as the advancing columns carried only enough fuel for the opening days of the offensive. When these depots were successfully destroyed or defended by retreating American units, the German armor was forced to halt, waiting for horse-drawn supply wagons to navigate the congested, snowy logging roads. The momentum of the surprise attack stalled against the stubborn, isolated resistance of American forces holding key crossroads, most notably the besieged town of Bastogne. The defense of Bastogne exemplified the gritty, desperate nature of the winter fighting. Surrounded by German armor and subjected to constant artillery fire, the airborne infantry holding the town refused to surrender, lacking adequate winter clothing, ammunition, or medical supplies. The weather remained heavily overcast, preventing any resupply by air. The soldiers dug deeply into the frozen earth, enduring the bitter cold and the relentless assaults, holding the vital road junction and disrupting the entire timetable of the German advance. When the weather finally cleared in late December, the fate of the offensive was sealed. The skies filled with Allied fighter bombers and transport planes, dropping supplies to the besieged defenders and devastating the stalled German armored columns trapped on the narrow forest roads. Simultaneously, the Allied ground forces launched a massive counterattack, striking the flanks of the Bulge and threatening to encircle the overextended German divisions. Recognizing the failure of the operation, the German command ordered a retreat, abandoning hundreds of disabled tanks and vehicles in the snow. The failure of the Ardennes offensive left the remaining German defensive lines critically hollowed out. The reserves that could have been used to defend the industrial heartland or slow the Soviet advance had been squandered in a final, futile gamble. As the winter slowly turned to early spring, the Allied armies in the west began to bridge the Rhine River, moving out of the forests and onto the open plains of Germany. The physical barrier protecting the nation was breached, and the remaining resistance became increasingly fragmented and uncoordinated. While the armies maneuvered through the snow, the political architects of the post-war world met to formalize the division of the continent. In February 1945, the leaders of the United States, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union gathered at the Levadia Palace in the Crimean resort town of Yalta. The atmosphere of the conference was defined by the imminent reality of victory and the deep, underlying suspicion between the Allied powers. The discussions focused not on how to win the war, but on how to manage the peace that would immediately follow the collapse of the German state. The quiet, heavily guarded dinners at the Levadia Palace served as the setting for the drawing of lines on maps that would hold for half a century. The agreements reached at Yalta formalized the division of Germany into distinct zones of occupation, established the initial framework for the United Nations, and secured a commitment from the Soviet Union to enter the war against Japan following the defeat of Germany. The conference was a pragmatic, often ruthless exercise in realpolitik, recognizing the physical reality that the Soviet armies already occupied the majority of Eastern Europe. The historian observes that the final months of a long war are often fought not to achieve military victory, but to determine the political geography of the resulting peace. The Western Allies pushed forward across the Rhine, not out of a fear that the German army could launch another offensive, but to secure as much territory as possible before the Soviet forces arrived from the east. The continuous unspooling of the Pluto pipeline, the pipeline under the ocean, carried millions of gallons of fuel directly from the English coast to the advancing armies, ensuring that the mechanized thrust into the German interior would not be halted by logistical exhaustion. The winter concluded with the total military collapse of a nation caught between two massive, advancing fronts. The infrastructure of the state ceased to function. The rail network was shattered. The communication lines were severed, and the central authority in Berlin could no longer direct the movement of the fragmented armies. The conflict had moved past the point of strategy or maneuver, descending into a chaotic, violent dissolution as the front lines collapsed inward toward the center of the Reich. The focus now shifted to the capital city itself, Berlin, already heavily damaged by years of strategic bombing, prepared for the final, inevitable assault. The surviving civilian population, along with the remnants of the army and hastily conscripted militias of old men and children, fortified the streets and the subway tunnels. The final battle of the European war would not be fought on an open plain or a snowy forest, but in the ruined, pulverized center of the city where the architecture of the conflict had first been drafted. Chapter 19: The Fall of the Capitals, 1945. The spring of 1945 brought the physical dismantling of the totalitarian state. The advancing armies did not meet a formalized surrender at the borders. Instead, they ground their way through a collapsing nation, encountering a landscape of absolute ruin. The central administration in Berlin lost entirely its ability to govern or coordinate a defense. Communication lines with the remaining field armies were severed, and orders issued from the capital were increasingly ignored or rendered impossible by the rapid movement of the front. The architecture of the regime dissolved into isolated pockets of resistance, retreating steadily toward the center of the city. The Soviet offensive against Berlin commenced in mid-April with an artillery barrage of staggering, unprecedented volume. Thousands of guns, positioned shoulder to shoulder along the Oder River, fired simultaneously, illuminating the pre-dawn sky with a continuous, blinding sheet of light. The sheer weight of the bombardment literally altered the geography of the defensive positions, pulverizing the trenches and the concrete bunkers before the infantry advance began. The Soviet command, determined to capture the capital before the Western Allies could reach it, pushed their armor forward with a relentless, costly momentum. As the fighting reached the city limits, the conflict descended into a brutal, granular struggle for individual streets and ruined buildings. The grand, broad avenues of Berlin were choked with the rubble of collapsed apartment blocks, rendering them impassable to the heavy Soviet tanks. The defending forces, utilizing the deep, interconnected basement networks and the flooded subway tunnels, fought a desperate war of attrition. They utilized handheld anti-tank weapons to exact a heavy toll on the advancing armor, forcing the Soviet infantry to clear the ruins room by room, floor by floor. Deep beneath the surface of the shattered city, the leadership of the regime retreated into the subterranean concrete of the Führer bunker. This complex of small, damp rooms, insulated from the constant thunder of the artillery above, became the surreal, claustrophobic center of the collapsing empire. The atmosphere was defined by a detachment from the physical reality of the battle. Maps were studied and non-existent armies were ordered to counterattack, while the dust from the explosions above drifted down through the ventilation shafts. The administration of the war ended in the quiet, desperate finality of these dark rooms, culminating in the suicide of the Chancellor on the last day of April. Concurrently with the battle for the capital, the advancing Allied units across the continent began to uncover the sprawling infrastructure of the concentration camps. The names of these locations, Buchenwald, Dachau, Bergen-Belsen, transitioned immediately from obscure geographic points to universal symbols of industrial horror. The liberating soldiers found themselves confronting the physical reality of the mechanized genocide that had operated quietly behind the front lines for years. The scale of the camps, with their extensive rail sidings, massive barracks, and crematoria, revealed a system designed explicitly for the efficient processing and murder of millions. The historian pauses on the solemn silence of the liberated camps, noting that some historical truths are too heavy for rhetorical flourish. The discovery of these sites forced the Allied command to confront a reality that exceeded the boundaries of conventional military conflict. General Eisenhower, upon touring the newly liberated camp at Ohrdruf, ordered every available soldier and journalist in the vicinity to witness the conditions. He ensured that the visual evidence of the atrocities was recorded with undeniable clarity, anticipating a future where the sheer scale of the crimes might be doubted. The cessation of hostilities in Europe arrived not with a single, grand ceremony, but through a series of fragmented, localized surrenders amid the ruins. The garrison in Berlin capitulated on the 2nd of May, their resistance ending with the raising of the Soviet flag over the shattered, smoking dome of the Reichstag. Across the remaining pockets of occupied territory in Germany, Italy, and Scandinavia, isolated commanders negotiated terms with the advancing forces, laying down their weapons and dissolving their units. The formal, unconditional surrender of the German armed forces was signed in a small, red brick schoolhouse in the French city of Reims on the 7th of May. The ceremony was brief and heavily bureaucratic, lacking the ceremonial weight of the surrender at Compiègne 4 years prior. The following day, a second signing occurred in Berlin at the insistence of the Soviet High Command, formalizing the end of the conflict across all fronts. The date was officially recognized as Victory in Europe Day, marking the conclusion of 6 years of total mobilization. The thick, settling smell of cordite and pulverized brick dust lingered in the streets of the ruined capitals. The immediate aftermath of the surrender was defined not by peace, but by a profound, exhausted quiet. Millions of displaced persons, former prisoners of war, and refugees began the slow, chaotic process of attempting to return to homes that often no longer existed. The municipal infrastructure of the continent was entirely broken. There was no electricity, the water mains were shattered, and the rail networks were paralyzed. In London, Paris, and New York, massive crowds gathered in the streets to celebrate the end of the European War. The blackout curtains that had darkened the cities for years were finally pulled down, and the monuments were illuminated once again. Yet, beneath the celebrations, there remained a heavy, unspoken awareness that the global conflict was not yet entirely resolved. The industrial machinery of the Allied powers, having dismantled the Axis in Europe, immediately began the logistical pivot toward the Pacific. The conclusion of the European theater left a continent fundamentally divided. The armies that had met at the Elbe River now stood facing each other across a newly drawn ideological boundary. The physical reality of the occupation zones solidified into the political architecture of the Cold War, ensuring that the peace would be defined by a tense, armed standoff. The war had destroyed the old European order entirely, leaving the remaining powers to manage the vast, ruined landscape they had inherited. The focus of the world now turned entirely to the final, massive ocean. The island-hopping campaign had reached the very threshold of the Japanese home islands, and the anticipation of a colossal, bloody land invasion weighed heavily on the planning staffs in Washington and London. The conflict was preparing for its final, devastating culmination, driven by the momentum of the newly established atomic age that had been quietly developing in the deserts of the American Southwest. Chapter 20, The Last Ocean, 1945. The island-hopping campaign in the Pacific, defined by years of slow, brutal eviction, finally reached the inner defensive ring of the Japanese home islands in the early months of 1945. The strategy of bypassing heavily fortified positions and securing only the necessary airfields had brought the Allied fleets to the volcanic threshold of the empire. The remaining engagements were not fought over vast expanses of ocean, but on small, heavily defended islands that offered no strategic depth or room for maneuver. The conflict compressed into a final, terrifying intensity, defined by profound attrition and the absolute refusal of the defending garrisons to surrender. The assault on Iwo Jima, a small, sulfurous island dominated by the volcanic cone of Mount Suribachi, provided a stark preview of the anticipated invasion of the mainland. The island possessed no civilian population or natural resources. Its sole value lay in its radar installations and airfields, which lay directly on the flight path between the Mariana Islands and Tokyo. The defending Japanese forces, recognizing that the island could not be held indefinitely, abandoned the traditional tactic of defending the beaches. Instead, they constructed a massive, interconnected network of subterranean tunnels and reinforced bunkers deep within the volcanic rock, designed specifically to maximize the casualties of the attacking force. The ensuing battle was a grueling, month-long struggle measured in yards. The massive naval bombardment that preceded the landings proved largely ineffective against the deeply buried defenses. The advancing Marines were forced to clear the island bunker by bunker, utilizing flamethrowers and satchel charges against a hidden enemy that rarely showed themselves above ground. The ferocity of the defense and the staggering casualty rates shocked the Allied command, demonstrating that the closer the front moved to the home islands, the more absolute the resistance would become. This grim reality was confirmed on a much larger scale during the subsequent invasion of Okinawa, the largest island in the Ryukyu chain, located just a few hundred miles south of the mainland. The campaign lasted for nearly 3 months, involving hundreds of thousands of troops and the largest naval armada assembled in the Pacific theater. The defense of Okinawa was characterized not only by deeply entrenched infantry positions, but by the systematic deployment of kamikaze attacks, deliberate, suicide crashes by aircraft against the Allied naval vessels offshore. This desperate tactic inflicted severe damage on the fleet, reflecting a military doctrine that had fully embraced self-destruction as a strategic tool. The horrific casualties sustained at Iwo Jima and Okinawa heavily influenced the strategic calculations regarding the final phase of the war. The Allied planners finalized the logistics for Operation Downfall, the massive, multi-pronged amphibious invasion of the Japanese home islands scheduled for the autumn of 1945. The anticipated cost of this invasion, based on the tenacity of the recent island defenses and the mobilization of millions of Japanese civilians into civilian militias, was projected to be catastrophic for both the invading armies and the defending population. The war appeared destined to end in a massive, prolonged bloodbath across the cities and mountains of Japan. However, this anticipated invasion was preempted by a massive, secret scientific endeavor operating entirely outside the traditional military framework. Deep in the remote deserts of New Mexico, the Manhattan Project had succeeded in harnessing the fundamental energy of the atom. The successful detonation of the first nuclear device at the Trinity site in July 1945 did not merely introduce a new weapon to the arsenal. It established an entirely new reality for the limits of human destruction. The physics of the conflict had been fundamentally altered in a blinding fraction of a second. The decision to deploy this newly developed technology was made rapidly, driven by the desire to force an immediate capitulation and avoid the staggering casualties of the planned invasion. On the morning of August 6th, a single B-29 bomber released an atomic weapon over the city of Hiroshima. The resulting explosion instantly leveled the majority of the city, incinerating tens of thousands of people in a flash of heat and radiation, and leaving a profound, lingering devastation that defied immediate comprehension. When the Japanese government did not immediately surrender, a second device was dropped on the city of Nagasaki 3 days later. Simultaneously with the second atomic strike, the geopolitical pressure on the Japanese leadership increased dramatically as the Soviet Union, fulfilling the commitments made at Yalta, formally declared war and launched a massive invasion into Japanese-occupied Manchuria. The sudden, overwhelming Soviet advance shattered the Kwantung Army, removing the final hope that the Soviet government might mediate a negotiated peace. Caught between the terrifying reality of the new atomic weapons and the rapid collapse of their remaining continental empire, the imperial leadership finally accepted the demand for unconditional surrender. The emperor's unprecedented radio broadcast on August 15th, recorded on a phonograph record and smuggled out of the palace to avoid a military coup, announced the cessation of hostilities to the Japanese people. The broadcast did not use the word surrender, but rather stated that the war situation had developed not necessarily to Japan's advantage, and that enduring the unendurable was necessary to save the nation from total annihilation. The announcement brought an abrupt, stunned halt to the fighting across the vast Pacific theater, ending years of relentless conflict in a sudden, heavy quiet. The formal conclusion of the war was staged with rigid, silent formality on the morning of September 2nd. The ceremony took place on the broad wooden deck of the American battleship USS Missouri, anchored in the calm waters of Tokyo Bay. The harbor was filled with hundreds of Allied warships, representing the overwhelming industrial and naval power that had ultimately secured the victory. The sky above was overcast, matching the somber, exhausted atmosphere of the proceedings. The Japanese delegation, dressed in formal morning coats and military uniforms, stood silently across the table from the representatives of the Allied nations. The table itself was a simple mess table brought up from the ship's galley, covered in a green felt cloth. There were no grand speeches or dramatic declarations, merely the quiet scratching of fountain pens across the heavy parchment of the instrument of surrender. General Douglas MacArthur signed on behalf of the Allied powers, followed by the representatives of the other nations involved in the long struggle. The historian reflects on how the war ended not with a final, kinetic charge, but with the quiet, bureaucratic reality of signatures on a page. The scratching of those pens marked the official conclusion of 6 years of global mobilization, the deaths of tens of millions of people, and the complete destruction of the old geopolitical order. The conflict had drawn the entire world into its machinery, fundamentally altering the borders of nations, the nature of technology, and the basic understanding of human capacity for both endurance and destruction. As the brief ceremony concluded, the sun broke through the clouds over Tokyo Bay, and a massive formation of hundreds of Allied aircraft roared low over the fleet in a final, deafening display of power. The ships then began the slow, complex process of demobilization, preparing to carry millions of men back across the oceans they had fought so hard to secure. The long, devastating years of the Second World War were finally over, and the world stepped quietly, uncertainly, into the new and deeply altered reality of the atomic age. The narrative moves away from the battleship in the bay and the general signing the heavy parchment. The focus lifts from the maps that dictated the movements of millions, turning instead to the slow, quiet settling of the post-war world. Across the continents, the vast machinery of the conflict began to power down. The sprawling, crowded train stations of Europe and America filled with the steady, exhausted rhythm of men returning home, carrying canvas duffel bags through the steam of the engines. In the cities that had been dark for years, the blackout curtains were finally taken down, folded, and put away, allowing the warm, yellow light of street lamps and kitchen windows to spill out onto the pavement once again. The physical remnants of the war were left to the quiet reclamation of the earth. The massive concrete bunkers along the coastlines slowly filled with sand and coastal grass. The shattered husks of tanks and artillery pieces rusted quietly in the deep forests of the Ardennes, and the vast, snowy steppes of the east. Deep in the Pacific, the wrecks of heavy cruisers and aircraft carriers settled into the dark, silent trenches of the ocean floor, becoming artificial reefs in the cold water. The urgency of the newsreels and the constant, static hum of the radio broadcasts faded, replaced by the mundane, necessary tasks of the peace. The mending of roofs, the clearing of rubble from the streets, the planting of crops in fields that had recently been battlegrounds. The episode trails off into the steady, ordinary rhythm of civilian life resuming its course, a slow return to the quiet routines that endure long after the history has been written. The journey is complete. Rest well.